Tuesday night, our board meeting. Chair Torres is hopefully going to be joining us later. So she asked that I get the meeting started. So as it is 5:03, we will do just that. Thank you all for being here. Full disclosure, we do have as when we get to the public comment, we do have a pretty hefty pile. So we'll make sure everyone that's here and that wishes to speak gets their right to do that. So with that, we'll call the meeting to order at 5:03, a minute ago. And our first item of business is 1.1, our ground rules. And then we're going to hand it off to our chancellor for a recommendation of the agenda.
Recommended as presented.
That's great. Thank you for that. And we do have some changes to the agenda. I'm going to read those off. Item 14.1, approval of revisions to board policy 2015, student member. We added the missing sentence. The board approves the following privileges for the student trustees, subject to annual review by the board. The revised red line and clean version of board policy have been attached. Right. And now we're going to transition into public comment. Go. Just a couple reminders. We have a timer back there for 3 minutes. And we'll go from there. So I'm going to introduce 3 at a time. So that way you'll know when you're speaking. Our first public comment is Mr. Nathan Cole from AFT 1828, followed by Maria Orienda. And our third will be Miss B. Herrera.
Are we working? Hello. My name is Nathan Cole, and I am the chief negotiator for AFT 1828. And I wanted to thank the board for your direction that you provided to your negotiations team. Through your guidance, we reached the tentative agreement on Appendix A, which is negotiations procedures. We think with that hopefully that negotiations will start to move quicker, will be more efficient, and a more effective process. So thank you. Our next CBA successor will be this coming Friday, May 15th. At that meeting, we're hoping to discuss negotiation possibilities over the summer, and we're looking forward to receiving the district's counter on the new dual enrollment article, along with the questions that we've asked about Article 3 and Article 4 to the Vice Chancellor of Business Services. In addition to the CBA successor, the compressed calendar negotiations team met with the district and the mediator this past Thursday. We now have 2 meetings scheduled over the summer, one for June 17th and one for July 15th. AFT truly hopes that we can reach an agreement on this within these 2 meetings to avoid going to fact-finding. Faculty have been working for over 20 years to get this, and we're so close. And we really hope that through your encouragement that your team will bring this to an end. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor McLennan. Maria Orenda, SEIU Chief Steward, speaking on behalf of the classified unit regarding closed session item 2.1, Conference with Labor Negotiator, SEIU. Last week, we hosted membership meetings at each of the colleges, the district office, and online. More than 3/4 of our membership attended. During those meetings, we provided updates on the status of negotiations and engaged in important discussions with our members regarding our next steps as a bargaining unit. Our membership is the driving force behind the SEIU 99 team at the bargaining table. Today, our chief negotiator, SEIU leaders, and members are present in solidarity as we share our most current update. We met with management's team yesterday, and although we did not yet reach a full tentative agreement, we continue to make meaningful progress and reach tentative agreements on all remaining items except one. We want to emphasize that even though both teams remained at the table well past 5 p.m. yesterday in an effort to reach a settlement, there is still one remaining article without an agreement. Article 10, salary. 9, salary. We understand the district does not have unlimited resources. We understand that the district must negotiate with multiple groups and has worked in good faith to treat all employees equitably. However, as the lowest paid unit, and as the employees who serve on the front lines at our colleges and support the operations of the district office every single day, we must be compensated fairly for the work that we do. While continue to provide these critical services, Our members are also taking on increasing workloads while facing rising cost of living and ongoing economic uncertainty. Classified professionals are the backbone of this district. We are the first people students meet when they walk onto campuses, and often the last people still working after offices close. We keep campuses safe, clean, operational, and student-centered. The work we do every day directly impacts student success and the overall operation of this district. We believe this board truly does recognize and values that work. Last month, we asked for your assistance in helping us move closer to a deal. Today, we are once again asking for your support in helping your team bring these negotiations across the line. We have been running on this track for some time. SEIU is at the finish line, and we need management's team to join us there. We have been clear across the table regarding what is needed to make that happen. We trust your leadership, your guidance, and your final authority to empower your team to bring this process to a close. The SEIU classified unit, standing here in solidarity, respectfully urges the Board of Trustees to step in and provide the additional authority necessary to finally reach a full collective bargaining agreement for after more than a year of negotiations. And I do stand corrected, is Article 9 salary. Thank you so much.
Before we start the time for Miss
These three colleges have educated civic leaders, entrepreneurs, teachers, medical workers, athletes, actors, and small business owners. Faculty are at the heart of each community college campus in Ventura County. We engage with students. We teach job skills. We foster critical thinking. We listen. We sympathize. We encourage. We raise up innovators and risk takers. Historically, faculty at our three college campuses have been compensated so that we could share in Ventura County's prosperity. But now our compensation fails to keep up with the high cost of living in our county. As trustees, you can help instructors share in Ventura County's prosperity with two sensible steps. First, you can empower us to raise up new leaders by scrapping the proposed 3% salary increase for district instructors that has been proposed in the latest round of contract negotiations. Second, you can look to our neighboring community college districts to see examples of fair compensation. A new full-time instructor hired in Los Angeles or Santa Barbara earns roughly $15,000 more than a new hire in Ventura County. New instructors hired in Taft, California earn roughly $10,000 more than new hires in Ventura County. Please vote for our county's future. By bringing VCCCD full-time instructor salaries up to par with our neighboring districts, and then raise the pay of our part-time instructors who are so vital at the same rate. We need your help so that we can dedicate ourselves to raising up leaders and innovators and risk takers that will make Ventura County not just a place to live, but a place to thrive. Thank you from the history professors at all three of our colleges.
Hi, my name is Scott Brewer, counselor at Ventura College. I'm here to speak plainly about the district's current 3% salary proposal for faculty.
I brought my daughter Hazley here this afternoon. I wanted her here because conversations about faculty salaries are not abstract. They affect real families, real futures, and the ability of educators to continue living and serving in the communities where we teach. According to the California Federation of Teachers 2024-2025 statewide salary comparison study, Ventura County Community College District ranks at the bottom in faculty compensation. At the entry level for full-time faculty, Ventura County ranks 70th out of 72 districts. At 5 years of experience, we rank 67th. At the same time, Ventura County is not a poor district. In total FTES, we rank 13th in the state, and our revenues per FTES is solidly competitive. So this is not simply a question of resources. It is a question of priorities. A 3% increase does not meaningfully address our position in the state. It does not keep pace with the cost of living on the Central Coast. It does not help us recruit and retain exceptional faculty in one of the most expensive regions in California. And it does not reflect the reality that faculty are being asked to do more every year in support of enrollment, retention, equity work, student mental health, and student success. Our students deserve stability. They deserve experienced faculty who can afford to stay here long-term, raise families here, and fully invest in this community. But when salaries lag this far behind peer districts, we become a training ground where talented educators eventually leave for districts that value them more competitively. I asked the board to view compensation not as an expense to minimize, but as an investment in educational quality, institutional continuity, and student success. Ventura County should not be one of the lowest paid community colleges in the state. We can do better than 3%. And I respectfully urge the board to return to the table with a proposal that more meaningfully addresses this long-standing salary gap facing our faculty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next three speakers will be Ms. Cami Algiers and Erica Ruiz and Ty Gardner. And I'm also going to hand it back off to Chair Torres. Welcome, Chair Torres.
Hello. I'd like to close the loop on I'm Cami Algiers. I'd like to close the loop on the science division at Ventura College, as it's been a topic that I've spoken about frequently at this podium over the past couple of years. As many of you know, we have not had a dedicated division dean for a year. During this time, other deans have stepped up to help support our division, and I truly thank them for that. They already have their own divisions and their own responsibilities, so supporting us that they've provided, such as evaluation, hiring processes, signing paperwork, and helping has been much appreciated. At the same time, you can imagine operating without a dedicated leader has made long-term planning difficult. Long-term planning is something our division is much needed. For example, in biology, all 25 sections of our anatomy, physiology, and microbiology courses for fall semester are already full and closed. This is 15 weeks before the semester begins. As you can imagine, we need some long-term planning for our division. Recently, the science department chairs have met with President Luca Lewis to discuss the next steps for hiring processes. As we discussed both what our division currently looks like and what we hope it can become, the conversation focused on the importance of taking the time to hire the right permanent dean rather than rushing to fill a position quickly at the end of the semester. President Lewis emphasized wanting a strong faculty voice in the process and more thoughtful planning around the future needs of our division. The chairs agreed with this recommendation and moved forward with the interim dean first, which we're in the process of, so that we can take the time to advertise broadly involve faculty through forums and discussions with candidates, and ultimately hire a permanent dean who can truly help us move the science division forward. I know I've come to the board recently with concerns that need attention. So I wanted to take a moment to close the loop on this issue with a more positive outlook. I'm hopeful that a year from now, instead of hearing from sciences primarily about challenges, you're going to hear about all the many exciting and innovating things happening in our division and the ways that we are supporting our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Cami. And I have here Erika Ruiz. Followed by Kenya Galdames. They're doing joint. Okay. And Andrea Roberts.
Ready? Good evening. My name is Erica Ruiz, and I was hired to be the first-year experience FYE counselor at Ventura College in 2015. Today, I am joined by other FYE team members, and we will be sharing a joint statement. Over the last 5 years, FYE has served between 254 and 475 students annually. During the same period, FYE student persistence from fall to spring semester ranged from 81 to 97%, while the general first-year student population persistence rates have been between 76 and 79%. This data is publicly available on the Ventura College data dashboard. Behind these numbers are real students who stayed in school because this program existed. We come before this board today to ask if a program consistently demonstrates that students persist from one semester to the next because of the support it provides, what should be the appropriate course of action? Would you invest in it, learn from those involved and strengthen what is working? Or would you move to restructure it without meaningful input from the students and professionals who built it? We bring forth these questions because on April 16th, the FYE program, which has served first-year students at Ventura College for over a decade, was informed by administration that it will be sunset and restructured. Ventura College was the first in our district to establish an FYE program because we recognize something fundamental. First-time students need structured, intentional support so they don't feel lost when they begin college. For over 10 years, this has been our mission, and we have carried out this mission under constant scrutiny, shifting priorities, and constant turnover in administration. We've never had a consistent leader set clear benchmarks or participate in any planning or evolution of this program. And now, despite that history, a decision was made that excluded the very people most impacted.
Good evening. My name is Kenya Galdames, and I am a counselor in the FYE program. What concerns us most is not the decision itself, but how it was made. Students, classified professionals, and faculty, the people who built, sustained, and directly serve this program every day, were excluded before this decision was finalized. That is not collaboration, and it should concern every person in this room. This decision was also made while college leadership is in an interim state. To restructure a program of this significance during a period of administrative instability is not strategic. It is troubling. Last semester, concerns about instability at Ventura College were brought before this board. What is happening now is not separate from those concerns. It is a continuation of them. When those closest to students raise concerns, advocate for what students need, and speak plainly about dysfunction, only to be excluded from decisions like this, it doesn't feel strategic. It feels influenced by internal power dynamics rather than genuine student need. And when decisions of this magnitude bypass shared governance, it sets a dangerous precedent. If it can happen here, no program, department, or campus community is protected from similar unilateral action. We urge you to examine not just this decision, but the process that produced it. We are willing to work within this decision, but we ask that administration meaningfully include students, classified professionals, and faculty in whatever comes next. Our students deserve decisions rooted in integrity and genuine collaboration. Ventura College deserves leadership that honors those principles.
Good evening. My name is Andre Roberts, and I am a Student Success and Support Specialist with the First Year Experience Program. As Ventura College prepared to celebrate its centennial, FYE reached out to alumni and asked them to reflect on how the program shaped their journey. I'd like to share their words because ultimately, this is who we're fighting for. FYE made me feel seen and supported during such a huge life transition. It turned a big unfamiliar place into a welcoming community. I didn't feel like I was navigating college alone. Neftali Guerrero. The counselors and staff are deeply committed to helping you succeed. Being a part of this program made navigating my first year of college so much smoother, an experience that would have been far more stressful without their guidance and support. Briandra Plasencia. They helped me with scholarship applications, and their support played a key role in my success at the university level. While I didn't have everything I figured out, they helped me get where I am today. Jasmine Martin. The constant communication kept me on track to graduate. I met with them multiple times each semester, which was helpful in keeping me on track. Dejanay Brown. They supported me academically, shared valuable career advice, checked in on me emotionally, and always greeted me with a genuine warmth. I always looked forward to seeing them. Marisol Ramirez. These are not statistics. These are students who found their footing because this program existed, because this team showed up for them consistently, intentionally, and with care. Thank you.
Thank you. Ty Garner, followed by Karen Plum. Trustee Pachowski.
We're in the part of the agenda where we're dealing with public comment on closed session items, correct?
We are.
Can we keep it to closed session items, please? And anything not dealing with closed session? We go into closed session.
In the past, we've had the discretion to be able to allow members to be able to address the board. And so we've done that as past practice. So I'd like to hear, but I'm curious from the rest of the board.
I was always under the impression that if members of the public choose to speak, they have that right, whether it's for a closed session item or an open session item. So that was always the interpretation I got. Legally, we had to do that.
So, Ty.
So I was just gonna, if the question is, generally the agenda item is that it's a closed session item. So generally we are just looking for comment on closed session items, but the board can always, it's within the board's right and lawfully to allow people that are here at the beginning of the meeting to also do that. So it's really at the discretion of the.
Yeah, and it's been past practice. So I know Trustee Chancellor has an interest. I know I've heard from Trustee Pachowski, Trustee Mantooth, and also Trustee Little. Trustee Mantooth.
I think whenever it actually occurs that public comments are extremely important for this Board of Trustees to hear and to get that feedback and input from the public. Whether we get it at this point in time in our agenda or whether we get it during public comments after the closed session doesn't matter to me because we want to hear them.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Trustee Little.
That I have a real comment other than if folks are here to speak and we've allowed them to speak in the past, then I think we move forward with that. However, the agenda item does say closed session, and so we may want to address that at some point so that we're not contradicting our own agenda. I think, rules and protocols do matter, but we have done this in the past. So let's move forward.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Thank you, members of the board. I promise to speak on multiple agenda items. I was lucky enough to be a member of the inaugural cohort of the District Leadership Collaborative. The collaborative was a resounding success, challenging its participants and developing their potential as leaders in the broadest sense. I would like to congratulate the Chancellor for the success of this experiment and to thank him for investing in the human capital of the district. I am confident the investment will pay off. My personal professional development journey included a focus on the book, Encouraging the Heart. I've worked to develop a better understanding of values, both personal and institutional, and to openly recognize the efforts of my students and colleagues who uphold those values. Interestingly, Ventura College President Luca Lewis seems on the same page as the Leadership Collaborative, recently started programs to recognize faculty and staff for the amazing work they have been doing, thereby highlighting our values and increasing our sense of belonging. This much-needed work is just the tip of the iceberg. President Lewis has shown patience and strength, along with a healthy appreciation for trust and collaboration in launching the President's Climate Advisory Group. The board is no stranger to the challenges Ventura College has faced, but I hope they are aware that a meaningful collaborative effort is being undertaken to address those challenges and that hope, while not yet universal, is rising. I'm excited to take this journey with President Lewis and encourage all my colleagues, faculty, staff, and administrators to engage in this process so that we can make Ventura College not only a place that believes in its students, but one where we believe in each other. And now to make sure I address some agenda items that are for closed session. I want to recognize that I did not come here to speak to salary, but I support the statements made by the previous faculty. Their factual information is correct. Our salary has not kept up with rising costs. I would also like to encourage the board when they get to Article 5 to think about the oddity of paying faculty less for teaching in-person laboratory classes than teaching online classes, even though those faculty are on campus interacting with students and teaching them real life skills rather than not having campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Karen, followed by Casey Barr.
Hi there. I'm Karen Pallone. I'm from the nursing department at Ventura College. Thank you, Board of Trustees and distinguished colleagues. And I'd like to just thank you guys for resolving Appendix A. That's a good start, but we need you to move along a little bit. It's been this week and last week have been Teachers Week as well as Nurses Week and also May the 4th. So I'm hoping that you get the force and you get some of that going and get that going. This is the way. So thank you so much and good luck, everybody.
Thank you. Casey, followed by Jamie Maxey.
Thank you. I have a comment to say. As you've heard, there have been a number of comments about salary, and I share those concerns. One of the other concerns I have, given the negotiating process, and I wanted to bring to the board's attention, is just the time scale. Currently, the proposal from the district is for 2 years with the reopener on the 3rd year for salary as well as things like health benefits. We're already almost a year out without a contract. Given the speed at which the compressed calendar negotiations have been occurring, I don't necessarily foresee the CBA negotiations wrapping up for, I don't know, maybe mid next semester, hopefully. That would be a year and a half into the 2 years that we've come to an agreement on, right? If we were to take this short kind of view of, hey, in 6 months from now, we're going to have to start negotiations all over, I think this is kind of a waste of time and just not a very short-sighted way of looking at it. So I guess what I would like to say is, in addition to the offer, as far as the percentage of the salary, I would like to see a longer-term solution where we're not coming back 6 months after we finished our negotiations to start this process. And I urge the board to urge their negotiating team to think of a longer-term solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Jamie, followed by Rachel Messinger.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Jamie Maxey, and I'm a full-time nursing instructor at Moore Park College. I want to begin with a district-wide mission. We unite to fulfill our promise on equitable access to excellent education. We empower students to improve their lives and drive Ventura County's economic growth and civic vitality. This mission matters. Tonight, I'm asking you to align your actions with the mission you were elected and under oath sworn to uphold. In the Department of Nursing, over 90% of our teaching load is lab-based instruction. We are not the exception. We represent many programs across this district where hands-on high-stakes instruction is essential to student success and workforce readiness. When lab instruction is undervalued, the inequity is not theoretical. It is concentrated, targeted, and lived. Over the last 19 years, I've been assigned an additional 25% in direct one-on-one student contact hours compared to non-lab faculty in this district. That equals approximately 7,500 additional hours, the equivalent of 4-time faculty workloads, just to be considered equal. These are not abstract hours. These are hours spent ensuring patient safety, supervising clinical performance, evaluating competencies, intervening in real time, and carrying legal and ethical responsibility for student actions. Yet, the district continues to discount this work as if it is somehow less valuable than lecture instruction. This is inequity, and it is indefensible. Let me provide a quick example. Trustee Mantooth, Trustee Chancer, imagine you were hired at the same time with the same qualifications at the same pay rate. One of you was assigned 30 hours a week to work, while the other 35 for the exact same pay. Trustee Chancer, when you question the discrepancy, you're told your work simply counts less. No reasonable person would accept that. Yet this is exactly what is happening here. We speak of equity, we speak of excellence, but you cannot claim equity while maintaining a structure that systematically assigns more labor to a specific group. You cannot claim excellence while devaluing the most intensive instructional environments in this district. And you cannot claim to support workforce development while undermining lab-based programs. This is not a misunderstanding or a minor contractual issue. This is long-standing structural inequality. And it is urgent because every semester this continues, the district knowingly perpetuates a system in which equal work is not valuable through an equality or morality lens. This is considered modern-day slavery, and you are the slave masters. This is not a contract issue. This is district accountability issue. You have the responsibility to correct this. The time is to do so now.
Thank you, Jamie. Rachel, followed by Joe Setzler.
Dear members of the Board of Trustees, my name is Rachel Messenger and I teach anthropology at Moore Park College. I'm speaking today in support of a fair collective bargaining agreement, but I would also like to take a few moments to address the matter of lab load equity specifically. I would call lab pay equity a matter of equal pay for equal work, but honestly, it's equal pay for more work. Teaching a lab is not easier than teaching a lecture. It requires supervising students, handling chemicals, managing safety, and doing extensive preparation that lecture simply does not demand. Just this morning, I was in my classroom an hour and a half before class to set up a lab practical examination. If this had been a lecture course, I would have walked in at 9:55 and started talking at 10, or teaching at 10. Instead, I was there at 8:30. This board has articulated a set of values that I deeply respect. Your stated commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion calls for an environment where all individuals have equitable opportunities. Your mission declares that you unite to fulfill a promise of equitable access to excellent education. And your values speak to trust and integrity, a culture built on the highest standards of honesty. I would ask this board, how do we model equity for our students when we do not practice it among our own faculty? When I walk out of a lab, I've spent hours preparing and supervising, and my colleague walks out of a lecture room next door having earned significantly more per hour for that same time. That is not equitable opportunity. That is not integrity. And it is not the example of fairness that we're trying to inspire in the students we serve. You have written these values, you have put them on your website and in your publications. I am simply asking you to live them. We hear a great deal about equity in this institution, and I believe in it. But it is difficult not to notice the irony of being asked to embrace equity while earning only 75 cents or 85 cents on the dollar compared to my colleague in a lecture room next door. I understand that this costs money, and I know that resources are not unlimited, but I would ask you to consider that many other California community college districts have found a way to make it work.
In case there was any doubt about that, I would like to use the remainder of my time to read you the list of districts that have already achieved 100% lab pay parity in whole or in part. Cerritos College, Contra Costa CCD, El Camino College, Glendale College, Foothill de Anza CCD, Kern County CCD, Los Angeles CCD, Lake Tahoe CCD, Mira Costa College, Mount San Antonio College, Napa College, Palomar College, Riverside CCD, San Jose Evergreen CCD, San Diego CCD, Santa Clarita CCD, Santa Monica College, Santa Rosa Junior College, and South Orange County CCD. That is 19 districts, and among them, Los Angeles CCD, San Diego CCD, Santa Clarita, or College of the Canyons, Santa Monica College, and Napa College pay 100% for all labs unconditionally. The question before this board is not whether it can be done. Clearly, it can. The question is whether the Ventura County Community College District will choose to be on the right side of this issue and on the right side of its own values. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Rachel. Joe, followed by Jeanette Lopez.
Hi, my name's Joe Salzar. I'm a chemistry faculty member at Ventura College. And about 2 months ago, I was cleaning out my office and I found this piece of paper. They used to give this to everyone. It's the salary schedule. This one happens to be from 2007. I started in 2004, so it's not quite when I started, but close. I looked at it and saw and I was curious how it's holding up with inflation over the last 20 years or so. I looked at step 15, class 4, which is where you would find many of your faculty member in that area. On this schedule, the salary is $86,813. If you go and calculate it, what it would be using the current CPI or the CPI over the last 20 years, it's about $141,000 would be the equivalent salary. Our current salary is $123,000. That's a difference of $18,500. So $18,500 lower than keeping up with the rate of inflation. Now, before you say, of course, it's lower, everyone's been hurting, I looked and your Fund 111, which is where most of your money is, actually has gone up faster than the rate of inflation over those 20 years. And I would also point out to you, if that's a reason that everyone is doing poorly, it wouldn't explain why we've gone from the middle of the state rankings to the very bottom. So I'm asking you sincerely and with hope that you'll get real, that you'll get serious, and you'll come up with a plan that is better than 3% and will get us closer to the middle of the state pack and instead of at the very bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Jeanette?
I lost my voice, but I have some copies for you guys. So am I gonna run up?
Can we start her time again, please? Thank you, Mayra.
Thank you. Okay. This is in regards to my eight emails that I had sent out regarding my $2,000 scholarship. I had no return call back. After meeting with Dr. Herrera and Florentino Manzano from Oxnard College, nothing was done. I first like to start off with earning my scholarship and working hard. After meeting with Dr. Herrera, she advised me to apply for a student loan. With all due respect, yes, you did. With all due respect, applying for a loan and earning a scholarship are two different factors. I'm not gonna apply for no loan. I'm gonna be entitled to the $2,000 scholarship that I earned and I worked hard for. And also, when I addressed this to the dean, Oscar Fubian, and EAC counselors and addressed it at the board meetings, nothing happened. I also talked to Christy Vermont, confirmed Jesse Contino, Frida Flores, handled the matters at Oxnard College from the financial aid office. They were all CC'd on the emails as well after the emails. and nothing happened. No phone calls, no emails, still owed $2,000 of my hard working scholarship money owed to me from behavioral health, county, addictive studies with a minor of criminal justice. I deserve what I applied for. So again, Dr. Herrera, don't mess this up again. I will stand my ground until my scholarship is given to me. And please get a better instructor, because Lois Lane Addictive Studies is a horrible teacher. I was in a hostile class environment where she was very intimidated, belittled me in front of other students, past the students that was high as a kite, drunk. And also she passed that student. After I informed and spoke with many individuals from Oxnard College, I will say this: I do have great professors. Professor Givens, Professor Avila, they are the very best, and they do everything to help out the students in every way possible. My time up? Yeah, almost. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you.
So I have here a note from Trustee Chancellor. I think if there's any items that need to be pulled, are there any items from the board that need to be pulled? Just a reminder, if there's anything else that perhaps the board would like to pull under the consent.
Seven, Chair Torres, 7.11. 8.2. 10.1. And 13.1.
That's what you had also.
Well, I overlooked that item, so I didn't call for items to be pulled, and then Myra was gracious enough. So that's where the reminder is. So those are the first ones. Yeah. Yeah. You're good.
Okay. Any other trustee besides the ones mentioned by Trustee Bachowski, which is 7.1, 8.2, 10.1, 13.1? Okay. So thank you everyone for coming to our board meeting and sharing your comments. With this, we are going to now move to closed session, and we anticipate to be back by 6:30. We are reconvening in open session. Thank you everyone for being here with us this evening. I am going to ask Trustee Pachowski to please lead us in the pledge to the flag. Three point two, closed session report. We do have two items to report back on. For item 2.2, the board voted to give notice of termination to a full-time contract faculty member and to place the faculty member on unpaid leave pending termination proceedings pursuant to Education Code 87735. The motion was made by Trustee Pachowski and seconded by Trustee Lichto. The vote was 5 votes in favor and 0 votes against. Item 2.3, the Board of Trustees took action in closed session to approve the settlement agreement and authorize the Chancellor to execute the agreement for payment in the amount of $400,000 related to the pending litigation titled Bedrock Group, Inc. versus Ventura County Community College District, L case number 2023, DUCO 17827. It was moved by trustee Lichto and seconded by trustee Pachowski and carried on a 5-0 vote. And so now 3.3, we move on to public comments. And we begin with our new student trustee, Abel Velasquez, seconded by Ken Hurst.
Good evening, Trustee Chair Torres and members of the board, Chancellor McLennan, Student Trustee Ayash, campus and district representatives and fellow students and guests. My name is Abel Velasquez II, and I am currently in my second year at Oxnard College, who's a proud member of the TRIO SSS program and as well as the director of the Internal Affairs of Business Club. I am truly honored for this opportunity to serve as the student trustee for the Ventura County Community College District for the 2026-2027 academic year. My goal is to make all students proud, whether they voted for me or not, because I recognize that my responsibilities is to represent and advocate for the entire student body. I believe it's important to speak up for those who feel unseen or unable to speak up. And as the voice of 30,000 plus students in all three campuses throughout Ventura County, throughout my life, I have always been deeply involved in community service, completing over 3,000 community service hours and founding my own organization called ARMA, where we give back to lower income communities. I've also been recognized by the Board of Supervisors for my community service, and as well as being appointed by my city council to become the youngest Parks and Recreation Commissioner in the history of Ventura County. I also serve on the Bond Oversight Committee for Measure E, which is a $275 million bond to support our local high schools and make sure that the infrastructure is safe and secure for our student life. I have also got from the Oxnard Police Department the Fallen Officer Spirit Award for my dedication to the Oxnard Police Explorers. One thing that has been very crucial to me throughout my life is my faith, and it played a major role in shaping me to who I am today. Through my faith in Christ, I believe that it's important for us to serve ourselves and to serve others. And something that I live by every day since I was a young kid is by serving a cause greater than self, you can give hope to others and your own life will gain greater purpose and prosperity. And I look forward to that. And I look forward to serving with all of you on the board and serving the students throughout the county and colleges. Because together, Moorpark, Oxnard, and Ventura colleges serve an all-one board, and that's to make sure that our students prosper. And whether we have the same beliefs or not, whether we're part of the same community or not, I'm here to represent you on the board, and I'm here to make everybody proud as much as I can. Thank you, and I look forward to serving with all of you.
Thank you, Abel Ken, followed by Logan Hartson.
Hello. Can you hear? Hello. My name is Dr. Kenneth Hurst. I live in Simi Valley. I want to congratulate and thank you for your March 10th decision to hire an associate dean for DEI. DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. I want to share a piece of my story. I am retired from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, a NASA center run by Caltech. We put up the deep space probes. In the late 1990s through early 2000s, I was a group supervisor at JPL. Most of the technical hiring decisions at JPL are made at this level. One day, several of us supervisors had a conversation about why we didn't have more diversity on the staff. One supervisor remarked that when he had advertised the position, all his applicants were white males. We left that conversation thinking that we would have to wait until the pipeline provided a more diverse applicant pool. JPL at the time recruited heavily from a few select schools, meaning they sent recruitment teams to those schools in the spring, sent them flyers, asked professors who the best students were, etc. They certainly would hire from other schools. I am an example of that, but they only actively recruited from a few schools. Fast forward a couple decades, JPL decided to send recruitment teams to some historically black colleges and universities, sometimes referred to as HBCUs. And they found some excellent candidates who met all the criteria and hired a few of them. They have worked out very well. That is what DEI is about. Leveling the playing field so more people have an equal opportunity, extending the same invitation to HBCU students in this case. The white supremacist wing of the Republican Party has cleverly tried to falsely recast DEI as about lowering standards. Witness Charlie Kirk's 2024 statement that, quote, "If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified." Or his 2023 statement about former First Lady Michelle Obama and Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, quote, "You do not have the brain processing power, otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously," unquote. Unfortunately, they have in large measure succeeded at recasting DEI in the popular discourse. All this recent anti-DEI sound and fury sounds to me like Nepo crybabies who can't bear the thought of competing on a level playing field. If we don't want diversity, equity, inclusion, what do we want? So, congratulations on doing the right thing, even when it may not have been easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kent. Logan Harson, followed by Ron Resnick.
Hi, Chair Torres, trustees, and Chancellor McLennan, and all the staff. I'm from the East Santa Clara River Valley, and while it may seem that we come here often to speak to you, there's a need. We're continuously reminded of the need for the East Valley students. Samantha, who had to come to Ventura to begin her college career rather than in the East Santa Clara Valley. Michelle, who could not continue her course of study except by coming here. And then Giselle, who had to move to Ventura to get her courses. This is from a student population least able to commute and most in need of local classes. Before the time of many of you here, about 10 or 15 years ago, there was a manufacturer in Santa Paula who donated a machine manufacturing plant with machinery and equipment to the college. That then got transferred over to Oxford. A few years later, the company moved over to the South County. First, we lost the college course, or a, let's say, tech course, and then we lost employees. Last month at a Farm Bureau meeting, I inquired about the dual enrollment program, and Alex Flores, who's head of the ag program in Santa Paula, said, well, ask James. James taught 2 to 3 years, moving 100 students through a beginning cybersecurity course. That course then got closed down because Moorpark had a full cybersecurity program. That's dual enrollment. High school students who have to go over Grimes grade for an in-class program. High school students who otherwise have to do it online as opposed to a student like there. We need an advocate for the East Valley to thread the maze of academic policies and bureaucratic complexity. Dr. Lewis and Dr.
Logan.
Johnson.
Oh, Mr. Logan, your time is up.
Okay. So we need an advocate, and we urge you to employ an advocate for the East Campus and growth of the East Campus.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Logan. Ron Resnick, followed by G. Libby.
Good evening, President Torres and the board. I'd like to say that I oppose the current finalist selection process for the Ventura County, Ventura College President position because it failed to provide meaningful public participation. Limiting community input sessions to between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. excluded many working students, faculty, staff, and community members from participating. A public process that effectively shuts out most of the public undermines transparency and trust. Because the process was flawed and inaccessible, the board should reject the current finalist selection and reopen the process with a broader public engagement, including evening and virtual participation options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. G. Libby, followed by Laura Espinosa.
Good evening. I'm also here to oppose the positioning of the president at this time because I believe that the process was flawed. I'm a 15-year resident of Ventura County. 3 students in my household attended community college. I absolutely believe in the importance of it. It's imperative for cost and for preparedness. Some light has come to the student outcomes because of the Office of Education race that's going on. And in our K through 12 schools, we've got below average for the state reading and math scores, which makes me believe that we're going to have even more students needing community college. That said, I believe that it's important that the larger community be able to participate in a process in selection of the president, and that the time frame that was used for this one didn't allow for taxpayers and working people to attend the process and to vet or ask questions of the candidates. Lastly, like in my line of work, which is regulatory work, I'm required to do public noticing and public meetings. And it's actually spelled out in my line of work in the California Code of Regulations about how those are supposed to happen. They are supposed to happen with the intent of allowing community members to be present. And that means offering these forums and such at times that working people can attend. Lastly, I think we do have a very engaged community in Ventura County of citizens who would like to participate. Right now in the Oxnard, Ventura, and Camarillo school districts, there are engaged citizens who are trying to inquire and get our national motto put back into the schools, which is "In God We Trust." And I would have loved to have been able to ask our president to be a question about how they feel about that initiative. It's very important. It was important to our founders. It's important and critical for our education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Libby. Laura, followed by Cheryl.
Good evening, Chair and trustees and staff and guests. I'm Laura Espinosa, immediate past president of Santa Paula Latino Town Hall, speaking on behalf of our organization tonight. Our president, Rick Castanero, unfortunately had a previous meeting and could not be here, but on our organization's behalf, I'm happy to put forward some positive remarks about Dr. Lewis. We have met him and found him to be very focused, holding people accountable. And that's what seems to be missing in the East Campus. So we found him very open and ready to engage with the community. He was one of the first people to recognize and acknowledge that the district does not know our community. I thought that was very courageous when he stated that. Our organization then promptly set up a walking tour for Dr. Lewis and other staff members to learn about our community after all these years. The first one. I mean, that's amazing. So to our organization, we feel this is the selection would be on the right track for continued cooperation and work within the community.
I will say, the process probably isn't as open as our organization would like. So that would be the only, maybe, slight critique that we have. But as far as the candidate, excellent candidate. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Cheryl, followed by Cheyenne Diaz-Brown.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to express my concern over the process used here to select a new community college president. After hearing from friends in Santa Paula and Fillmore how the process being used was not conducive to community nor taxpayer input, I too became alarmed at the lack of inclusivity across our county citizens. To proceed selecting a president without having afforded a fair representation from taxpayers around the county is neither equitable nor prudent. Having used a process denying large segments of citizenry an opportunity to participate, I request a no vote on the proposed contract. That would be me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Cheryl. Cheyenne.
Make sure my time. Okay, good. Good evening, folks. Oh, let's see. Oh, there we go. Good evening, folks. Thanks for letting me speak today. I just wanted to make a comment on the leadership forum that went through VCCD or CCVC this last year. I really just wanted to acknowledge how important the process was. As one of the folks who was part of the first group and my lovely individuals here in the room, it really was a great opportunity just to not only get to know folks across the district, but it really was a great opportunity to learn about the chancellor and about the different things going on in this district. And so I really am just in encouragement of us continuing this process. Very infrequently, we have the opportunity as employees to get to share space with folks across the district and across our campuses. But this really was an opportunity for us to build trust with each other so that we're better advocates for not only our own programs, and I work for the Access program, shout out, but just to ensure that we're supporting each other through these processes so that we can build better with the students, because that's what the students deserve. So I hope you'll continue supporting the initiative. It was so wonderful an experience. And I think it's something that everybody should be a part of. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. .01, we acknowledge all of the new employees that have joined the Ventura County Community College District family. We are very excited that you're joining us, and I know that they're going to be receiving recognition within the different reports. We also take this opportunity to recognize our retirees who have served for many years, really given of themselves to our district, and so we wish them well, and we know that they're also going to be recognized within the different reports from the Senates. With this, we move to 4.3, which is a recognition of the 2025-2026 inaugural cohort of the Leadership Collaborative as CCVC Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair Torres. So you've already heard a few comments this evening from a few of our participants in this year's inaugural cohort of the Leadership Collaborative. We have a short presentation for the board and for the public to see. So I'm going to turn over to Wendy Saunders. But before Wendy comes up to the microphone, or as she's making her way, just want to remind everybody, the board included, that this was part of one of my original board goals. Actually dealt with the subject of leadership development across the district. And it combined with another goal of the collective energy and the collaboration across the district, or what was at the time coined districtness, not my term. But the idea was to look at our collective resources and energy and all the assets that we have and put them to bear on the needs of the community that we serve at large in Ventura County. And so we brought Wendy on board. I joke and say the only thing missing from the one ad was if Wendy Saunders would find her way to apply for this position. We'd really appreciate it, because talk about the right person at the right time for the right activity. We did really well. And we've spent a couple of years developing this project, a little over a year actually, and the fruits of it are, many of them are here in the room today. And so with that, I'm going to turn over to Wendy Saunders.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. Good evening, Chair Torres, trustees,
student trustee. I am thrilled to be here tonight and to be celebrating the 21 cohort members who completed their 7.5-month leadership development journey in the Leadership Collaborative. And we have about half of them here tonight. And so we are really grateful to have the opportunity to be honored with all of you. And so I just want to share a little bit about this program. You all have the list of everybody in your agenda. Everyone in the public does as well who has completed this program. The program was developed and designed, as the chancellor said, over many months by a wonderful working group of leaders in our district, including Oxnard College Dean Amy Edwards, Vice Chancellor Cynthia Herrera, Moore Park College President Julia Sokanu, Associate Vice Chancellor Dan Watkins, and Ventura College VP James Zavas, who's over there too. And of course, the Chancellor and his Executive Director of Operations, Chelsea, and before Chelsea, Lisa. So a lot of folks have been involved in creating this program, and many others have supported it in a number of different ways. So we're very grateful to everyone who's made the program possible. And those who have been on the working group have also been very busy reviewing applications for next year's program, which the announcement of those who will be accepted will be coming out very soon. So this program kicked off in October of last year and concluded this past Friday, May 8th. And participants in the program went on a developmental journey exploring how their leadership is expressed in their roles, whether they hold a formal leadership role or not. And some of them didn't see themselves as a leader when they first started this program. But over the course of this year, that changed. They brought their voices, their ideas, their expertise into new spaces with new confidence. Others saw themselves as a leader, but challenged themselves to start a new initiative, to collaborate across departments or across campuses, to step into new roles with careful intention, and to inspire a shared vision with others. Some even found that what they learned in the collaborative helped them as much in their personal lives as in their professional life. So that was an unexpected outcome. Many of them expressed they learned to better navigate conflict, to ask more questions, to react less and listen more, to courageously care for themselves as they care for others, and especially as they're leading change efforts in their departments and divisions. And also to encourage the heart more, to appreciate and validate others' contributions to this great work that we're all doing here in the district. As they got reconnected to their core values in meaningful ways, they also read several books, articles, completed different assessments, and developed and carried out a professional development plan that they personally designed to help move them forward in their leadership and to advance our mission. Many of them have already engaged in collaborative projects with others in the cohort or beyond in order to help us, better achieve our mission of collaborating to fulfill our promise to students in the community. So it was really a privilege for me to serve as a guide for the folks on this program. They learned as much from each other, and I learned as much from them as they might have learned from me or any of the other presenters in all of the sessions. And I'm just so grateful to have been on this journey with all of you. And so want to say congratulations again on completing the Leadership Collaborative at CCVC. We're going to show you a quick video, and then one of our participants would like to speak to you all. This is our promotional video for the Leadership Collaborative, and you'll see all of our cohort members.
The Leadership Collaborative is important for our district because we need a platform for our talented leaders and employees to come together to learn from each other. And to gain some of the most important skills for effective collaboration. One of the unique things about this program is that it supports leadership development in all roles. The Leadership Collaborative is important for our district because we need a platform for our talented leaders and employees to come together, to learn from each other, and to gain some of the most important skills for effective collaboration. One of the unique things about this program is that it supports leadership development in all roles within our organization. And the reason this is important is because you can lead from anywhere and in any particular part of your job.
This program has been such a gift for me. I have learned so much about myself personally and professionally that I've been able to apply to my work and into my personal life.
Everybody in our organization is a leader, is in a leadership role, irrespective of where they are in the organization.
Something meaningful that I learned about myself from this collaborative is that I have great capacity for growth if I just let go of my ego and learn. What most surprised me about this program is that I'm getting answers to questions I didn't even know to ask.
Meeting all these folks from across different roles, disciplines, and campuses has been really eye-opening, and it allows me to have a better idea of how things work around campus and around the district.
As a leader, we don't have to have all the answers, and leadership is relational.
I am blown away by the content and the way it's delivered and how thoughtfully that the whole program has been designed.
The Leadership Collaborative has strengthened my relationships with colleagues from across the district. We've been able to collaborate together to improve our programs.
Investing in leadership development is one of the most important things that we can do in our district. The skills are the inner work of leadership.
We need leadership at all levels, developed, well-intended, ethical leadership at all levels of our organization.
The Leadership Collaborative has really helped me to grow and build community partnerships across the district.
The work of our district is about changing lives, improving outcomes, and elevating hope. And this program is a big part of that because it provides our employees with the opportunity to have a transformational experience that can help elevate hope within them and help them become the leader that they want to be.
If you're interested in this program, I would recommend you just do it. Just go ahead and apply. This completely exceeded my expectations. It's life-changing.
Come take the TLC
With a friend.
And one of our participants, and if you couldn't tell from the video, this was a wonderful mix of different roles. So we had classified professionals, faculty, deans, directors, supervisors, a whole mix in the group. So really a wonderful dynamic that created. And so one of our participants would like to share a few thoughts about his experience in the collaborative. Dr. Jose A. Maldonado, professor at Oxnard College.
I'm not quite sure if I can follow that up. That's a great video. Is this on? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So our leadership journey actually began in this room, except that it looked a lot different. And lunch was over here. We were all sitting in a circle, and we had no idea what to expect. Before I continue, though, I must commend the district for pouring so much effort, time, and love into everyone who entered this program. From Sabrina to, of course, Wendy, Chancellor McLennan, who was very much present in all of our meetings and workshops. It was clear from the beginning that there was so much thought and intention put into this program. Many of us, as you mentioned, Wendy, when we first came in, we did not see ourselves as leaders. A lot of us carried self-doubt. Many of us were perhaps told at some point that we were not leaders. Yet during the program, our confidence and camaraderie grew so much. Regardless of the roles we played, indeed, regardless of the campus we served, what we realize is not only are we one in effort, but we are one campus. We learned that leadership is not about imposing your ideas upon others. It's about encouraging the heart. It's about collaboration. inspiring a shared vision, and at times challenging the process. Right, Dina? Where's Dina? It's about enabling others to act. Indeed, it's about modeling the way. And so moving forward, we are going to continue developing our leadership skills. I have no doubt that we are going to remain connected, stay lifelong friends, I hope. In fact, we even shared a basket of fries just a couple of hours ago. And regardless of what roles we have in the future, we are going to take these lessons and this amazing experience with us, and it's going to make us stronger leaders as a result. So once again, thank you so much to everyone who made this possible.
Did we have all of the Leadership Collaborative participants perhaps stand up? And if
They
it's
they
possible-
will actually
Not yet, not yet. Okay,
not yet.
thank you, Chair Torres.
Because we do want to take the time as a board to acknowledge every single one of them by name. And then because of the work you did, and we are very moved and very touched, very inspired. And I wrote a couple of quotes. React less and listen more. Leadership is relational, which talks about that family, which is why you were able to share some fries together. And it's about encouraging the heart. It's an act of love. So every time we're going to lead, we think less of ourselves as leaders and we think more of the greater good, of how are we going to inspire, and we speak less because we listen more and we do a lot of reflection. And so as I was listening to you speak, I was truly touched and moved, and thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the dedication and the time that you invested in growing, because how blessed are we as a district to have you. We already have you, and now to have you as leaders in this preparation. And it sounded like you were in a class. You were reading articles, writing, reflecting, engaging in conversations. I was inspired. I wish I would be able to be part of this program, but I was very much touched. So the Board of Trustees recognizes the following employees who participated in the inaugural cohort of the Leadership Collaborative at CCVC, Together We Lead. The 7-month leadership development program brought together colleagues from across the district to explore leadership in higher education and strengthen their capacity to lead with intention, clarity, care, and advanced collaboration. Participants of this cohort, affectionately known as the TLC OGs, are recognized for their commitment to ethical leadership and their dedication to positively influencing others and strengthening the ways we work together to achieve our mission. Through their participation, they have gained new perspectives, practical leadership tools, and meaningful relationships that support thoughtful, inclusive, and community-centered leadership across CCVC and beyond. So at this moment, I am going to be naming each one by name. If you can please come to the front to be acknowledged and recognized. And also there will be a group photo with the trustees. Kelly Barton from the District Administrative Center. Ruth Bennington from Moore Park College. Robert Cabral from the District Administrative Center from Moore Park College. Susan Carrasco from Oxnard College. Melanie Selak from Moore Park College. Nicholas DuBois Heigler from Oxnard College. Cheyenne Diaz Brown from Moore Park College. Allie Frazier from the District Administrative Center. Ty Gardner from Ventura College. Dr. Jennifer Garner from Ventura College. Dr. Elizabeth Gillies from Moore Park College. Coach Tracy Kephart from Moore Park College. Dr. Anne Marie Mashamer from Oxnard College. Dr. Jose Maldonado from Oxnard College. Ali Olsen Pacheco from Ventura College. Sharon Oxford from Ventura College. Amanda Picard from Ventura College. Dina Pele from Moore Park College. Shirley Ruiz from Moore Park College. Yeseria Rubalcaba from Oxford College. And William Slayson from Ventura College. So you're going to come up here and we're going to take a group photo with all the trustees. So now item 4.4. This is a beautiful night. This is a night of recognition and celebration. And so 4.4, we're going to be celebrating our 2025-2026 Associated Student Leaders, which are our students. And it's the core of everything we do. We do everything for our students. We are here for you. And so how can we not celebrate you who represent so many of our students? And so we're so happy to see so many of you tonight. So we are going to be recognizing you. There will be certificates that are going to be handed to you. I will be reading everybody's names, and there are trustees. I believe that Mayra has handed certificates, so trustees hand them to the students. So when I call your name, you're going to come up, you're going to receive a certificate, and please stay up here because we will also be taking pictures with you. So at this time, the Board of Trustees is honored to recognize the 2025-2026 Associated Student Leaders from Oxnard College, Moore Park College, and Ventura College. These students have stepped forward to serve not only their fellow classmates, but also the entire Ventura County Community College District through leadership, advocacy, collaboration, and a strong commitment to student success. Their efforts in advancing the district's mission have made a meaningful impact on our college community. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, thank you for your leadership and your commitment to strengthening our college communities. We are proud to recognize your achievements and look forward to the positive impact you will continue to make throughout the academic year. Thank you really from the bottom of our hearts. You inspire us, you inspire me. The many times you come and you speak regarding social justice, the needs of the students, when you come, and those are the words you use, and you speak your truth. And that is beautiful. And so I genuinely mean that every single time, every single meeting as board, we always listen to our students, and you've done an amazing job being able to represent their voice, which is a calling that you were entrusted with to serve in those positions. And so we are extremely happy to recognize and celebrate you. So at this time, we are going to be recognizing the students, and we will begin with Oxnard College with the president, Ariana Villalobos Castillo. Secretary Levi Duarte. Director of Academic Affairs, Justin Duarte. Director of Advocacy, Josiah Solorzano. Director of Athletics, Melody Dimas. Director of Budget and Finance, Natalia Jimenez. Director of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, DEI, Ansley Haro. Director of Student Life, Amber Lozano. Director of Student Clubs and Organizations, Rigoberto Osorio. And now for Moore Park College. Is our trustee ready for Moore Park College? Moore Park College, President Eva Ryan Covarrubias. Vice President Tiffany Beam. Director of Academic Affairs, Austin Smith. Director of Constitution and Standing Rules, Berkawit Abate. Director of Advocacy, Estelle Tionson. Director of Public Relations, Kaylee Martinez. Director of Budget and Finance, Ezekiel Gohuru. Okay. Director of Student Services, Claire Shin. Directors of Campus Events, Hadassah Bani. Director of Sustainability, Jack Reed. Director of Student Organizations, Samid Nahas. Special recognition to the Moore Park College Associated Student Leader Delegates, Andrew Tron, Colleen Allen, Mia Bandura, Christian Malhart, Melanie Banduro, Jeff Chunk, and Sim Delwa. Ventura College. So we have our trustee chancellor who's going to be handing out the certificates. President Camilla Kellner. Vice President Brianna Becerra. Director of Administration Angel Ayala. Director of Finance Sonia Garcia. Director of External Affairs Hadley Wolf. Director of Student Clubs and Organizations Kimberly Garcia. Director of Equity and Inclusion Nevia Morales. Director of East Campus Alexandra Rivas. Director of Public Relations Kevin Toledo Martinez. Director of Community Relations Lupe Chavez. Director of Events and Activities Alicia Salvay. Director of Athletics Anthony Ramirez. Trustees, and at this time, you want to take a picture with our students. Unless we do invite colleges. At the same time. So we continue to celebrate and recognize this evening. And the next person we are going to be recognizing is our student trustee. And we're going to be recognizing Amir. And so I'm going to read officially what we have for you, but then each trustee is welcome to be able to share any words if they'd like. So at this time, Amir, the Board of Trustees is honored to recognize you for your outstanding service to the Ventura County Community College District during the 2025-2026 academic year. As student trustee, Amir has served as an important voice for students across Moorpark, Oxnard, and Ventura colleges. His leadership, his advocacy, his commitment to student engagement have contributed greatly to the work of the board and the district. We deeply appreciate his commitment to advocating for students and supporting the district's mission to promote student achievement and success. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor, faculty, and staff, thank you for your exemplary leadership and service. We wish you continued success in your future endeavors. And at this time, we invite student trustee Ayash forward to receive his certificate of recognition and join the board for a commemorative photo. Okay, board members, if anybody wanted to say anything, you could also. I know there's a picture, but no, okay. Okay. This is your last night? This is your last board meeting? No, yeah, this is your last board meeting. Thank you for all of your input. We really appreciate it, Amir. And you haven't shared the news about where you may be going to college. You don't have to.
I'm kind of scared to say, because there's some people I don't want to upset or disappoint. But I got accepted into Berkeley, San Diego, and Santa Barbara. But I'm still waiting back on school, USC. I find out in 2.5 weeks, but we're not going to talk about that much, even though that's my top school. I just want to just say thank you so much to this board, of course, for joining me in, and to the presidents. They've done a lot more work than they get recognized for, so they deserve this speech as much as I do. But I just want to say thank you so much, and thank you.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor?
I have 3 thank yous to share. Since you just spoke, I'll start off with you. It's always been nice, your approach and your questions and your thoughtfulness with items that come before us. And by no means does this mean you don't look at things through a quality lens, but you have this gift of making sometimes overly complex things simple. And that happens through your questions and looking at it through that angle, and of course your votes as well. So I really enjoyed working with you, and best of luck. The other 2, for all the student leaders that participated, student government, and worked so hard, we couldn't do what we do without you. And so many students depend on you for the volunteer hours and the advocacy that you all participated. And within regards to the leadership group, thank you to everyone that participated in that, but also that wouldn't have happened without our chancellor. So thank you for making that happen, and your participation in that, and guidance and advocacy. So I think acknowledgement is definitely due there. So thank you.
Consultation, Classified Senate, Ventura College.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, members of the Board of Trustees, student trustee, and guests. My name is Oscar Rivera, and I serve as Classified Senate President at Ventura College. This evening, I will be providing a consultation on the following items. 4.1, new employees. On behalf of Ventura College Senate, Classified Senate, we welcome all new employees that were recently hired or promoted in the district. A special welcome to Oscar Gonzalez, Veronica Isias, and Oscar Quintero. We are very happy you are at Ventura College and are looking forward to having you be part of our campus community. 4.3, the Leadership Collaborative. Congratulations to all that completed the Leadership Development Cohort. Your dedication and commitment to the program will benefit us all. And a special shout out to Ty, Jennifer, Ali, Sharon, Amanda, and William. Awesome job. 4.4, Associate Student Leaders. Thank you all for great work and time you have devoted to making each one of our campuses a place where students feel welcomed. A special shout out to Kamea and her awesome team. We have enjoyed working with you and wish you all the very best in your next phase of your educational career. Lastly, 17.5, candidates for graduation and certificates. Congratulations to all spring 2026 candidates for graduation and certificates across our district colleges. A special shout out to Ventura College graduates. Your hard work, resilience, and dedication truly show. Ventura College is a better place because of each of you, and we are excited to see all the amazing things that you will accomplish next. Wishing you a continued success in all that comes ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and guests. My name is Berenice Rodriguez, and I'm the Oxford College Classified Senate President.
In consultation with 4.1 acknowledgement of new employees, I did recognize our new classified employees last month, but I would like to once again highlight Cici Chavez and Clara Viveros on our newest classified professionals at Oxnard College. And welcome back to Larry Maher, the Associate Vice Chancellor, to the district office. 4.2, congratulations to Dental Technology Professor Richard Enriquez on his retirement. We appreciate the 26 years of service and dedication to our campus and our students, and we hope he fully enjoys his retirement. 4.3, congratulations to everyone that completed the Leadership Collaborative. We would like to specifically highlight our OC classified professionals, Susan Carrasco, Nicholas DeVos Hagler, and Yesenia Rubalcaba. 4.4, congratulations to all of our student leaders for their dedication and service this year. I would especially like to recognize OCASG President Ariana Villalobos Castillo. Throughout the year, I was continually impressed by her leadership, professionalism, and unwavering advocacy for the student body. Her commitment to representing and uplifting students has made a meaningful impact on our campus community. I have no doubt that she will continue to accomplish great things, and Oxnard College has been incredibly fortunate to have her serve as ASG president. 17.4, congratulations to the Oxnard College Spring 2026 graduate and certificate recipients. This achievement reflects the hard work, perseverance, and dedication of our students, many whom balance their education alongside work, family, and other responsibilities. We are proud to celebrate this important milestone and commend each student for their accomplishments. We wish all of our graduates continued success in their future academic, professional, and personal endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. District Administrative Center?
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor McClendon, Student Trustee Ayash, and members of the public. My name is Diana Martin, and I serve as the Classified Senate President for the District Administrative Center. In consultation of item 4.1, congratulations to all employees hired or promoted during the month of April across the DAC, Moore Park, Oxnard, and Ventura colleges. We're glad you're here, and we look forward to working alongside you. Recognition of retirees. Congratulations and sincere thanks to all retiring employees this month. We wish you a well-earned and wonderful retirement. Item 4.3, recognition of the Leadership Collaborative. Congratulations to the inaugural cohort of the Leadership Collaborative at CCVC. We're especially proud to recognize two of our own DAC classified Senate officers in this first cohort. Kelly Barden, our Senate Secretary, and Allie Frazier, our Vice President, both DAC classified staff, both exceptional leaders. Congratulations to them and to all the participants across the district. Item 4.4, congratulations to the 2025-2026 Associated Student Leaders. Student voice is at the heart of everything we do, and your service this year has made a difference. Item 4.5, congratulations to Student Trustee Amir Ayash on this well-deserved recognition. Your presence at the table has mattered. Thank you for your service. Item 13.1, personnel actions. So the DAC Classified Senate supports approval of the personnel actions, but I'd also like to take a moment to personally welcome Arusa Khan, our incoming marketing specialist at the District Administrative Center. This position has been greatly needed, and we're so glad to have her on the team. And finally, the DAC Classified Senate supports approval of the curriculum submissions for Moore Park and Ventura colleges, and also congratulates the spring 2026 graduating classes at all three colleges. This is what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you. And trustees, Moore Park College Classified Senate wasn't able to be with us this evening, but you should have received her report, her consultation report. Okay, and so with this, we move to Academic Senate, Ventura College.
Trustees, Student Trustee Ayash and Chancellor McClendon, I am Jennifer Garner, Ventura College Academic Senate President. In consultation of item 4.3, congratulations to the completers of the 2025-2026 inaugural cohort of the Leadership Collaborative at CCVC. It was an honor to learn alongside you, and many thanks to Wendy Saunders, Sabrina Canolo Sanchez, and Chancellor McLennan for designing and leading and supporting the program. On item 4.4, congratulations to and many thanks for the service of the Associated Student Leaders, with special thanks to Kamea Kellner and the Ventura College leaders. We're wishing you the very best. Item 4.5, congratulations to and thank you to Student Trustee Ayash for the service of, to the students of Ventura County Community College District, and good luck on your decisions for where you're going for your next steps. Item 16.2, want to welcome Dr. Luca Lewis as the Ventura College President. We look forward to a bright start to this second century at Ventura College. Items 17.1 and 17.2, we recommend that the board approve all curriculum which has gone through the prescribed process outlined in the district, with technical review at the college committees and DCCI. And for items 17.3, 17.4, and 17.5, recommend approval of the spring 2026 graduates, Rock On Ventura College graduates.
Oxnard College.
Dolores Ortiz, Oxnard College Academic Senate President. Good evening, trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and Student Trustee Ayash. 4.1, acknowledgement of new employees. Welcome again to CC Chavez, back to campus, and Clara Viveros in yet another role. She served our campus for many, many years in many different roles. So congratulations to her. 4.2, recognition of the retirees. We have one listed, but then we have two who maybe are late announcers. So I want to acknowledge all three of them while they still may have a chance to watch these very important meetings. Richard Enriquez, dental technology instructor, has served our campus for the past 26 years. I got to know him a little more a few years ago through a culturally responsive teaching book club. And I like to recognize that participating in such an endeavor took a special commitment with the time constraints on a faculty member, in particular from the dental technology discipline. So he really went out of his way to engage, right? Also Professor of Geography, Jim Danza, who really is an environmental studies professor. Jim's been an amazing colleague, professor, and mentor to so many students. He has taken hundreds, if not thousands, of students on camping trips throughout the Southwest to experience the beautiful geography and climates of our region. So at least 2 trips per year of his service, if not more. And we all know how frustrating camping can be. But how much of a bonding experience it is to overcome challenges together as a group. So patience is a gift that Jim possesses. He also collaborated with faculty and classified professional colleagues as invited chaperones on his many trips to places such as Yosemite, Death Valley, and Joshua Tree, as well as contributing to the campus in many other ways, such as his OC Live events, which engage the campus and community in critical conversations about our climate and our planet. And then the final retiree announcement happened at the very last minute yesterday. I'd like to recognize Professor of Math, Alan Hayashi. Alan has served in the OC campus in a full-time capacity for over 33 years, and in the district even longer. The Oxnard College Academic Senate thanks Professor Hayashi for his service to students, the campus, and especially to the Academic Senate over the years. I should have been tipped off to his plan to retire when he handed me boxes of Senate agendas and the accompanying attachments dating back to 1994. Thank you, Alan, for being a steward of institutional knowledge, knowledge keeping, and knowledge sharing. 4.3, the Leadership Collaborative. Congratulations to this inaugural cohort, and a special shout out to Professor of English, Dr. Jose Maldonado, and Dr. Anne-Marie McAmere. 4.4, recognition of the Associated Student Leaders. Thank you for your time, effort, and service to our campus communities. all while balancing work, school, family, and social lives. You are appreciated. I'd especially like to recognize the Associated Student Presidents. So from MC, Ava Ryan Covarrubias, and VC, Kamea Kellner, and OC, Ariana Villalobos Castillo. Ariana was present in many district council meetings as well, always pushing for further inclusion of the student voice in all arenas. 4.5, Certificate of Recognition for Student Trustee Ayash. Thank you, Student Trustee Ayash, for your willingness to learn the position and engage with the district community. Congratulations on your well-earned transfer acceptances. That's all I'll say about that, but good luck. 15.3, approval to submit a letter of support for California Senate Bill 961, CalFresh student eligibility. I'd like to lend support for this idea of a letter of support, as the bill would remove barriers to meeting all of our students' basic needs and increase inclusivity for all students. 6.2, approval of the employment contract for president of Ventura College. Congratulations to Ventura College for selecting Dr. Luca Lewis as their new president. I'm certain his commitment to serving Ventura College, first as the Vice President of Student Services, then as the interim president, and his experience as a Vice Chancellor of Education and Student Services, among many other leadership roles, will serve him well in leading Ventura College. 17.1 and 2, I'd like to lend my support for the sister college's curriculum submissions. And 17.3 through 5, congratulations to the graduates from all of our campuses. Thank you.
Moore Park College.
Good evening, Chancellor, trustees, and colleagues. My name is Nicole Block, and I serve as Academic Senate President at Moore Park College. 4.1, welcome to all new employees, including Haley Garcia, Administrative Assistant at Moore Park College. 4.3, congratulations to all the 2026 employees for completing the inaugural cohort of employees for completing the inaugural Leadership Collaborative. All these participants chose to add this work to their already busy calendars, and that alone shows leadership and dedication to the district mission, vision, and values. 4.4, congratulations to the student trustee and associated student leaders and all the extra additional work they took on in addition to all their classes to contribute to the community. 17.1 and 17.2, like to encourage approval of all the curriculum proposed and thank all the faculty, staff, and managers who spent the time researching, writing, rewriting, updating, consulting, and going through all the proper feedback and approval processes to help the students in our district. 17.3, 17.4, and 17.5, congratulations to all the college graduates who earn associate degrees and certificates. We're excited to see you complete your goals and continue your education and career journeys. Thank you.
Thank you. Associated Student Government Presidents, Oxnard College.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Ayash, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. I am Mariana Claricia Villalobos Castillo, Oxnard College Associate Student Government President, and this is my consultation for the month of May. Agenda item 4.4, recognition of the 2025-2026 Associate Student Leaders. Congratulations to all the Associate Student Leaders who have served the VCCCD for the 25-26 year. I hope this item continues to be added every year to be an ongoing celebration for the incoming student leaders. 4.5, recognition for Student Trustee Amir Yash. Congratulations to Student Trustee Amir Yash. Thank you for connecting with us, presidents. 5.0, consultations. Thank you to everyone for their kind words. It is gratefully appreciated. 10.2, approval of one-year agreement with Trinidad for plagiarism and artificial intelligence checking services. ASG hopes there is a better system to continue supporting and enhancing student writing skills like Grammarly, or having a presentation to show students how Trinidad helps with writing skills and not just check for plagiarism and AI. 17.3 to 17.5, ASG is in support of the approval for the spring 2026 graduates and would like to congratulate them on their accomplishments and their future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Hi
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Congratulations to everybody that got recognized tonight, and thank you so much, Trustee Ayash. You have been so great. Like, you have listened to us, you've come up to us, and have worked through the agenda with us, and that's been really like much appreciated from all three of us. So thank you so much. And I really just wanted, I near what Ariana had said, but I just wanted to really point out the CalFresh benefits. I think that's a really important agenda item for our students. So thank you for having that on there and full support on that. So thank you so much.
Ventura College.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chair Torres, Chancellor McLennan, and Student Trustee Ayash. I'm Brianna Becerra, ASBC Vice President. I just want to say thank you for giving us that school certificates. I really appreciate it. I just want to echo what Ariana said. We hope that this continues in further years, as it is greatly appreciated from us. And I'm incredibly proud of my ASBC board for everything that they've accomplished. And I just want to say thank you to Student Trustee as well. I know Kamea was more in touch with them, but she always had great feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. So with this, we move on to our reports. Thank you for submitting them. The trustees have read them. And so we're going to go around. If there's anything you wanted to highlight, we are going to ask that you please stay to those 3 minutes so we're able to move forward to the business of the board. So with this, we will start with our College Associated Student Government reports. Ventura College, any reports or anything you wanted to highlight? You don't have to.
And to highlight that we did have our finals jams today, and we'll be having one tomorrow at campus. And we are looking forward to our upcoming graduation ceremony on May 22nd, 2026, where we will celebrate the accomplishment, perseverance, and success of our Ventura College graduates.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Ayash, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. This is my oral report for the month of May. ASG is excited to celebrate our graduates at commencement on Thursday, May 21st. ASG is deeply honored to stand in solidarity with the LGBTQIA+ community. The progress flag is more than just a symbol. It represents lived experiences, resilience in the face of adversity, and an ongoing fight for equality. We recognize that for many, the flag carries personal meaning. It reflects both how far we've come as well as how much further we still have left to go. Behind every stripe of the progress flag are stories of courage, identity, and the strength to be seen in a world that has not always made space for everyone. ASG remains committed to fostering a campus and community where every individual is not only included, but also genuinely valued and affirmed. That commitment is reflected in the events we support, such as Pride Prom and Lavender graduation, and the choices that we make as a community, including our collective decision as a board to not provide funding to establishments such as Chick-fil-A, and ensuring LGBTQIA+ students have access to visibility, resources, and support throughout the year. We will continue to advocate for spaces where people can live authentically, speak freely, and feel safe, being who they are without facing fear or hesitation. We stand in solidarity with our LGBTQIA+ students, faculty, and community members, not just today, not just tomorrow, but every day. Personally, I would like to thank everyone who has supported me throughout my presidency and helped me grow as a leader. Thank you to the trustees for supporting students and always thinking about the best interest of the students you serve. Thank you, Berenice, for everything you do, not just as classified Senate president, but supporting students through campus committees and fundraising with the foundation to support students. Shout out to Academic Senate President Dolores Ortiz for guiding me and helping me grow as a leader to gain my confidence to advocate for students at board meetings, which was difficult for me as there's no handbook for this, only guidance. Also, Oxnard College Associated Student Government Student Life Coordinator, Amparo Medina, thank you for giving me the opportunity to become the leader I am today. I am beyond grateful for the time, effort she puts into her students because she has guided me not only as a leader, but as a student and a young Latina woman trying to make a difference in the world. Not only was she my advisor, but she is my mentor and role model. Thank you.
Good, Anna. Moore Park College.
That was really sweet. Thank you for that. Yeah, I wanted to say that we will have a president appointed by June 1st. So that's great news. And then I also just wanted to extend a really quick thank you to Nicole Block because I was really nervous and we didn't have an advisor when I first became president. And like, I remember just like crawling to your office, your little weird office that's like tucked away. And we would sit around the round table and her and Kristen would just walk through the agenda with me. And that meant everything to me in that moment and like right now. And just thank you. You like forged all of this because I had no idea what I was doing. And it was like so important and impactful for me. So thank you for your support. And thank you for John Forbes too, for also being really kind to me and very approachable. Thank you. That like means everything.
AFT, is there anything to report? SEIU? Classified Senate Presidents, Ventura College.
Yes, yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. I would like to add to my report something that came up that was voted on with our classified senate. Good evening, Chancellor McLennan and members of the Board of Trustees. On behalf of Ventura College Senate, we would like to begin by acknowledging the work our district leadership during this time of transition. We recognize that leadership decisions are complex and carry significant responsibility. We are here tonight to share concerns expressed by members of the Ventura College Classified Senate regarding leadership decisions and their impact on campus community. The statement was developed and approved by the Ventura College Senate membership. These comments represent the position of Classified Senate and not SEIU Local 99, which is the recognized exclusive bargaining representative for classified employees. We would like to express concerns regarding the pace, transparency, and overall process surrounding recent leadership decisions and organizational changes at Ventura College. While we understand that the Board of Trustees and Chancellor hold authority over these decisions, the timeline and process move unusually quickly compared to previous campus leadership transitions, leaving limited opportunity for meaningful reflection, feedback, and campus engagement. There is also a growing concern regarding transparency in the decision-making process. Many campus stakeholders remain unclear about whether feedback shared during forums and participatory decisions were meaningfully considered. In addition, questions have been raised regarding the selection of classified representation on recent hiring committees and whether established administrative processes were consistently followed. We are also seeing significant programmatic and organizational changes occurring rapidly and with limited communication with affected stakeholders and participatory governance groups. Many of these programs serve hundreds and in some cases thousands of students and have demonstrated measurable success in supporting student achievement and well-being. Implementing major structural changes without inclusive dialogue raises important concerns around alignment with student needs, institutional priorities, and our college mission and values. Additionally, we have observed an increase in the use of consultants, including individuals with prior personal or professional connections to leadership. We believe it is important to ensure that all consultants hiring and contracting processes remain transparent, equitable, financially responsible, and free from conflict of interest. Most importantly, we want to reaffirm the importance of shared governance. Ventura College has long been a collaborative and shared student-centered institution. During times of transition and organizational change, it is critical that all campus constituency groups are meaningfully included in decisions that impact our students, programs, and college community. Our goal is to help build trust, strengthen transparency, and ensure the decisions moving forward reflect our shared commitment to students and the values of Ventura College and the Ventura College Community College District. The Ventura College Classified Senate remains committed to participating in collaborative governance and exploring constructive paths forward, including the possibility of bringing forward a formal resolution to the board. We stand ready to work together in support of our students and the continued strength of Ventura College. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
I would just like to express my appreciation to the district and college leadership who attended yesterday's Condor College conversation in support of Oxnard College. During this time of transition, the presence of leaders from across the district, including Ventura College President Dr. Lewis and Moore Park College President Dr. Sokunu, reflected a strong sense of collaboration, unity, and commitment to our campus community. Your willingness to be present, engage in dialogue, and show support for Oxnard College is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. District Administrative Center? Okay.
Hello. I do have one highlight, one notable addition to the Business Administration Office, and he doesn't know I'm doing this to him. Back there, Mr. Larry Mayer, our new Associate Vice Chancellor of Fiscal Services. I want to welcome Larry back to Oxnard, to Ventura County Community College District. I went back. Larry was here as our financial supervisor, and then Santa Barbara stole him from us, and I was fortunate to steal him right back. So he's back with us now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ventura College Academic Senate, anything you'd like to share or highlight?
I want to begin with a heartfelt plea. Next week is finals week. Right now, counselors are providing guidance, librarians are supporting research, and faculty are encouraging students through their most critical assessments of the semester. These exams matter for transfer applications, for program admissions, for futures. I am asking this board to champion a district-wide commitment. Please consult the academic calendar every time a construction or maintenance contract is drafted. Place a moratorium on jackhammers, dump trucks, leaf blowers, any disruptors during scheduled finals. This isn't a joke. This happens every semester. Our students are doing the work. Let's protect the environment they need to succeed. Turning now to several highlights from this remarkable semester, I am proud to recognize Professors Daniela Graves and Cami Algiers, who this spring led 11 Ventura College students on an inaugural study abroad program to Loreto, Mexico. Students crossed disciplines, snorkeled marine sanctuaries, visited historic missions, and gave back through community service. This milestone, 3 years in the making, reflects exactly the kind of transformative learning our students deserve. The faculty vision is to make this program annual, and we hope to bring it back to you for approval in the years ahead. I also want to highlight something genuinely exciting that just concluded at Ventura College. This spring, 50 faculty members participated in AI communities of practice. These were peer-led learning communities where faculty explored how generative AI intersects with their disciplines, their course design, and ultimately the student's success. What made this work remarkable is that it was entirely faculty-driven. 5 faculty leaders designed and facilitated these communities, guiding their colleagues through a collaborative inquiry process. Faculty who wrestled with technical, ethical, and pedagogical questions around AI came out better equipped to guide their students through that same process in ways that are relevant, responsible, and discipline-specific. Ventura College faculty did not wait to be told how to navigate AI. They led the way, and their students will be better prepared for the workforce because of it. We hope to see continued collaboration as the ever-expanding impact of AI shapes higher education. I also want to recognize faculty, staff, and administrators across our district who continue to champion Lavender at graduation, a joyful, identity-affirming celebration for our LGBTQIA+ graduates. Their dedication to making every student feel seen and celebrated speaks to the very best of who we are as an institution. As Ventura College marks its centennial, our faculty have poured their creativity and dedication into celebrations across every division, from Gateway Division's anthology launch and the East Campus celebration to the Science Division's 2-night stargazing event, and from the Student Affairs reception to Career Education's open house and sculpture unveiling, and so many more. The Academic Senate is proud of these remarkable talents our faculty bring honoring this milestone and grateful for all who made these moments meaningful for our students and community. And finally, faculty could not be more excited to celebrate our graduates at this once-in-a-century commencement.
Leading the processional as mace bearer will be retiring economics professor Ara Kanjian, a beloved farewell for a truly dedicated educator. And every single graduate's name will be read with pride by our college staff, including Professors Claire Washington and Tanya DeClerc. And this is what it's all about. 100 years of Ventura College and these remarkable students carrying that legacy forward. Congratulations to the class of 2026.
Oxnard College.
Thank you. I'll highlight just one item from the report and then a few additional. So my fifth item in the written report, in collaboration with OC, Associated Student Government, ASG, the Academic Senate passed best practices for supporting English as a second language students, which was born from ASG's own ESL resolution that they submitted to the Student Statewide Senate. So it's just a great example of student-led initiative and then collaboration, support, and amplification by faculty. And the additional items, I'd like to recognize the district's Lavender graduation, which we celebrated on May 1st. This year, the annual celebration returned to Oxnard College. It featured a great meal and what I am certain is the largest inflatable rainbow arch in existence. Amazing, authentic, and inspirational speeches from students and college presidents or their designee. The dance floor was full and students glowed in such an inclusive setting, celebrating their achievements. The ceremony featured 3 student alumni as MCs. Thank you to the district for supporting the establishment and continued support of this true district collaboration and example of our shared values. I'd like to acknowledge Oxnard College's Founders Dinner and 50th anniversary celebration last Thursday. It was lovely to meet, hear from, and be able to thank our founders. It was great to see folks from across the district, trustees Mantooth and Pachowski, as well as community leaders and political leaders from across the county. And we have a couple of events to invite you to, even though finals are just around the corner. So this week on Thursday, we'd like to invite you to join us at our LGBTQIA+ Progress Flag Raising event on Thursday, May 14th from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. This is a meaningful campus event celebrating inclusion, visibility, and community. There will be a special performance by Arco Iris, which is an LGBTQIA+ mariachi, food, campus and community resources. And I'd also like to invite folks to Oxnard College Music Ensemble's spring concert, where the choir and mariachi ensemble programs will perform Monday, May 18th at 6 p.m. in the OC Performing Arts Building, and this event is free and open to the public. Thank you.
Northpark College. Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and colleagues. I would like to congratulate Professor Renee Butler on her election as faculty co-chair of the Moorpark College Professional Development Committee. I'd also like to congratulate Professor Brendan Purdy on his election as faculty co-chair to the Moorpark College Online Learning and Educational Technology Committee, that's formerly known as DE. And today was a really fun day. We had our Moorpark College Annual Awards and Brunch hosted by Academic Senate, and the winners were secret until today. So they weren't on your original written report. So I'd like to announce the winners now. Full-time Faculty of the Year, both. This was a tie in math for Tammy Terzian and Rena Weiss. Adjunct Faculty of the Year, Kathleen Rowley in English. Classified Professionals of the Year, this was also a tie. Kelly Little from Admissions and Records, and Shirley Ruiz, Alternate Media Specialist, who she was part of the Leadership Collaborative. Manager of the Year, Dean Oleg Bespalov. Academic Senate President's Award went to both Executive Assistant to the President, Linda Resendiz, and Senior Administrative Assistant in the Office of the Vice President, Gabby Chacon. So that was a fun celebration today to honor these folks who go above and beyond and are true exemplars of Moore Park College's mission, vision, and values. I also want to give a special thanks to Moore Park College Academic Senate Treasurer Lee Ballestero for organizing this amazing event. I want to congratulate Eva Ryan Covarrubias and her leadership as president of ASMC. It has been a true pleasure to partner with her, advocate with her, and I'm absolutely confident she'll have a successful career in wherever her passion takes her. You may have seen a little booklet on your chair. It's the Moore Park Review. It's a student-produced creative arts journal accepting written work as well as art and photography. You should each have one. And Tracy Tenenhouse and Hart Schultz began teaching the course that guides students through the process of collecting submissions, editing, and publishing the Moore Park Review. And new part-time faculty, Kate Rowley, who just won Adjunct Faculty of the Year. We want to thank her for taking on this course and bringing the review back. And thanks to President Julia Sokunu, Vice President John Forbes, and Vice President Mustafa Gauss, and to Dean Monica Garcia for her support on this. I also want to take a moment to congratulate the Film, Television, and Media Arts program. They had a wonderful film fest showcasing all of their hard work and short films and television programs and commercials that they've made over the year at the Studio Movie Grill in Simi Valley. And it was a packed house. So congratulations to the FTMA program. And that's it for me today. Thank you.
Thank you. College president reports, Ventura College.
Good evening, Chancellor McClellan, trustees, student trustee Ayash, and guests. Just one update that occurred today. So this didn't end up in the board report. Today we celebrated and honored our part-time employees at the college. This is the first time we've done this at Ventura College. We've normally folded in part-time employee recognition into our years of service and honoring and recognizing our full-time employees. And we decided that we wanted to pay special recognition, honor, and celebration of our part-time employees. So this is, again, the first time we've done it. We did honor years of service, and the recipient of the President's Award for Leadership, Culture, and Institutional Impact, Meg Phelps. Meg is a faculty member in the art history department and also a part-time instructional technologist for distance education. And she has made a significant and profound impact on our faculty and employees at Ventura College, and really excited to celebrate her, excited to get more participation in this event and watch it grow as we honor and recognize our part-time employees. So that is all for me for Ventura College. Thank you.
Moore Park College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Ayash. I do want to congratulate Moore Park College Academic Senate for the brunch that they hosted today. An opportunity for us not only to celebrate our campus community, an opportunity for us to celebrate our campus community and to honor individuals who've made complete accomplishments and contributed to the success of the students and the campus culture. Kudos to Lee Ballestero, Beth Gillett, Block, for an event that not only celebrated the campus, but inspired us to keep it as we move forward. Next week is Classified Professionals Appreciation Week, and at Moore Park College, May 18th to May 22nd. We'll be recognizing classified professionals with a breakfast brunch, with a lunch, as well as Mr. Softy, I think it's Mr. Softy treats on our campus to do thank our classified professionals for that they do. Kudos and congratulations to our graduating students, and with special attention to our inaugural biomanufacturing bachelor's degree class of 2026. And we look forward to their continued success. Congratulations to members of the Moore Park College community who participated in the Leadership Collaborative. Thank you to Wendy Saunders, to Chancellor McLennan and to Sabrina Pinola Sanchez, who put the program together and the incredible work out of that. I would like to call your attention to the report, and particularly if you look at the success rates of students in all our categorical programs, EOPS, CalWorks, Next Up, and Access DSPS. All of those programs, their success rate is higher than the statewide success rate average. So we're very proud of that. Also, I want to end by saying a very big thank you to Eva Ryan-Kovarubias, ASMC president. As Eva mentioned earlier, she started out without us having an advisor for her. And she's been very humble in her acknowledgments, but Eva is determined, she's diligent, she's creative, she's intelligent. She clearly says that it is, and our student population is beneficiaries. That's a thank you.
Oxnard College.
Thank you, trustees, chancellor. I want to say to Trustee Ayash, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss your dry humor and your comments. You truly added a lot to the board meetings. I'd also like to congratulate Abel Velasquez as our new student trustee. I'm sure he's going to be very effective based on his conversation and speech today. I would also like to recognize the Founders Dinner, the 50th anniversary celebration. I especially want to thank the Bistro Culinary Arts students for their delicious meal that was served, and all of the deans and staff that worked very hard to make this happen. So I want to thank them. I also want to recognize the 1,257 students that made the Dean's List. And the celebration that we had was wonderful. Congratulations to our students. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the Condor College conversation that we had yesterday. We recognize that a balanced budget is a commitment to long-term student success and institutional health. And so the foundational conversation of our Condor College conversation yesterday was the budget discussion. We reviewed the budget and the three-year trends. And we had participation from the executive team at Oxnard College, the executive team from the district, the executive teams from Ventura and Moore Park College in participation and support. We discussed the budget development of the budget ecosystem, and we presented a structured three-year roadmap for institutional transformation. I do believe that we have a good strategy moving forward for a successful budget, balanced, and to support students and the success of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. District office reports. I know we had Valerie already present on business services. I think it's because when I was looking at DAC and you're able, it seems like I might be looking at you. So I'm like,
To
that's
the
okay.
presidents, I didn't realize. She looked at me and said DAC. I apologize.
She's right behind you. That's why. So, human resources, anything else you wanted to add? No? Okay. Institutional, like don't. Tell us anything from your department. Okay, I know Dan's not here tonight. Okay, so now we move on to 6.8, which is board committee reports. We start with Administrative Services Committee.
As is our custom, this month was my turn to chair the Administrative Services Committee. We had we began with an interim visit for the audit review, and no real issues there. We were asked to establish several different positions, which will be taken up later this evening. The first was the establishment of an HVAC and our technician at Moore Park College. Second was a program director 2 at Moore Park College. and the third was a financial analyst at the DAC. And in each of those three cases, we recommended the establishment of those positions. We also recommended approval of granting sick leave from established voluntary sick from the established voluntary sick leave pool for academic employees. There were no capital or facilities items. We did review for information only Administrative Procedure 6330B, which deals with the procurement of information technology resources. While that was presented for information, that was part of the ongoing consolidation of the procurement process to bring everything together under the district umbrella rather than separated by the colleges. And that concludes the report.
Thank you. Past committee. Didn't meet. Your meeting on May 26th.
That's correct.
Board policy monthly meeting ad hoc committee.
Yes, trustee Chancellor sat in for trustee Torres during this meeting. We had a very, very productive meeting. We met via Zoom for whatever reason. We did review 9 policies in total. Board policy 2015 student member was considered, discussed, and is being presented here tonight for board approval. 8 other policies were discussed in detail and should be coming to the board during the June Board of Trustees meeting for consideration and approval. Of note, Board Policy 2435, Chancellor, evaluation of the Chancellor. The committee reviewed this policy, identified some questions related to the implementation, process, and alignment with legal guidance and governance best practices. Staff will continue to review, provide some input from legal counsel prior to that policy, probably going back to the committee before it comes here to the board. Board Policy 2735, board member travel and meeting expense was discussed with a small group. I think it was just myself and Ms. Russell at that point because others had to excuse themselves. But we did request that staff conduct some additional research for us related to this policy and what the CCLC guidance may be, as well as legal considerations before it's brought back to that committee and ultimately perhaps brought to the board as a whole. And then lastly, Board Policy 2430, delegation of authority to the Chancellor. A lot of great discussion with some work left to do before we bring this policy forward. I'm hoping that we'll do that in June. So in total, we reviewed 9 policies. 1 came forward today. I expect those other 8 to come forward hopefully in June. Any questions or anything to add, Trustee Chancellor?
Just on, I'm hoping that Board Policy 2735 be ready for the full board. I did send to the group, it was requested from other community college districts that have similar language, and I sent Los Rios as explicit language in regards to this. So hopefully that'll take care of some of the legal and considerations or concerns. I have that.
Yeah, and I did forward that to Ms. Russell as well as the Chancellor. I'm sure they're reviewing it.
Thank you. Chris?
The timing on this meeting was really good for the CCLC conference that I attended because sometimes you read policies, but you don't understand the why behind them. And it was really nice to talk to other trustees, specifically Jonathan Aboud from Santa Barbara City College in regards to a lot of the 2000s that they have there as well. So it's really helpful to put things in context and to kind of to hear the history of why they have the policies that they currently have, which in some cases are aligned to the CCLC, but in some cases, specifically with the 2000s, they went in a completely different direction. As a board, they decided to do that. So something to think about when we come together and look at these policies as a full group.
Thank you. That's a very good point. Okay, 6.84, boardroom artwork committee update. Trustee Chancellor and Trustee Petowski and Student Trustee Ash. You're part of it too, right, Student Trustee?
I've been leading that, and so we met once and kind of gave some to say suggestions, but also asks to the district. And Ms. Russell was nice enough to kind of compile those and give us an update tonight of where we are.
Beautiful picture, right? Good evening, members of the board, student trustee Ayash, Chancellor McLennan. So to provide a brief update, it was a great conversation, and I think there is a shared interest of just celebrating the student achievement and vibrancy of all three colleges in this space. So we aren't looking at just a board picture video, as Trustee Lichtel pointed out, and providing just that sense of community and installing those values that we all share. And so there's some operational considerations that we took into account, just the content standards of being consistent around one of our board policies, 3900, around being a public institution and assuring that First Amendment rights are upheld in this space. So and with that, we are considering how we can do a way to honor what we shared while also reflecting the importance around free speech. So some of the considerations around student artwork were discussed. And while we would love to create elements of student artwork or their what they are able to provide, we would like to move forward with some photography, honoring those pictures, like I mentioned, and refresh those items in that way. What we did want to do is there was discussion around having the photo or not performing arts advertisements out in the hallways, and so that is something that we know we can do, and so we've talked about how we can implement that. Some of the other considerations that we're looking at is just how we can, again, bring in that student voice while also updating the space to have better photographs. So with that, we are hoping to move forward quickly with new photographs in here, and we will continue to evaluate options for incorporating student artwork in the future.
The only other, the timing is uncanny, but we received this booklet today of art, fiction, poetry, and music. And, it is inspiring to see artwork within our district in a book, but it would also be, I know sounds like one of the directions is just photography, which is great, but it would also be really important, significant to also see some artwork.
To that point, we've evaluated some of the costs that might be associated with that as well. So I think that's one of the long-term things that we need to take in consideration as we look at how we can best honor that, and also looking at how we can compensate students for the artwork that they produce and the supplies that involve the artwork. So those are some things that we've been taking in consideration while also still, reflecting what we have that shared vision.
Thank you. Okay. So with this, we now move to the consent calendar. And so with the consent calendar, there are some items that were pulled from Trustee Paczewski. Those items were 7.1.1, 8.2, 10.1, and 13.1. Is there any other items any trustee would like to have pulled?
Point 2, please, based on consultation.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichtel?
do you have another one? Go ahead.
No, I was actually going to put one back on and unremove it, which would be 8.2 unless somebody else wants to discuss that.
I move that we approve the consent calendar absent those items that have been pulled.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Trustee Lichtel to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 7.11, 10.1, 10.2, and 13.1, seconded by Trustee Paczewski. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. 7.1.1, Trustee Paczewski.
Yes, hi, I just had a quick addition to the minutes from our April 14th meeting. Let me pull that up here. Right. with respect to item 6.8.3. The minutes reflect that the board discussed using an alternate trustee when a committee member is unavailable. I just wanted the minutes to reflect that during the meeting, I did in fact actually volunteer to be the alternate on that. With that, I move that we approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion made by trustee Pachowski, seconded by trustee Mantu to approve the minutes of the April 14th meeting, adding that trustee Pachowski volunteered to be an alternate in the board policy chapter 2 ad hoc committee. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes. We have now 10.1, trustee Pachowski.
Yes, the item 10.1 deals with approval of a 3-year agreement with Instructure, formerly Parchment, for self-service student transcripts. In general, I think this is a great idea. However, in light of the fact that Instructure just had a rather massive disruptive hack, I just think it merits a little bit of board consideration as far as whether or not we want to move forward with extending that contract.
Any comments from other board members based on what trustee Pachowski shared? Trustee Mantus?
I would applaud trustee Pachowski's concern, especially in light of recent events. But ironically, I suspect that Instructure and its various subsidiaries will be all the more on guard against any repeated data breaches. And that if the product itself is a good product and useful to us and our students, that it is something we should not fear going forward with.
Chair
Trustee Pachowski?
Yeah, Chair Torres, the concern here arises simply from the fact that typically when you have an acquisition like this in technology, what you'll typically see is the company that's acquiring the target, the acquisition, will tend to integrate that software into their platform. And we know from the Canvas situation that occurred last week that hackers were able to get a hold of data related to students, related to things like birth dates and things of that nature. The concern here is that if now we're dealing with, if we got transcripts in that same system, are we putting student transcripts at risk when we utilize a vendor that's been proven to be susceptible already? I mean, the hackers did make a point to mention this wasn't the first time that they had hacked into their system. The message that was presented on screen to students was that they've been hacked a second time. And so fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I don't know that we want to be working with a system that integrates into a system that's been hacked.
Any other comments from the other trustees? Okay, so if there's no further discussion, we do need to make a motion. So is there a motion to approve? Yes, Chancellor McLennan.
And I appreciate the concern. We're certainly all paying attention to cyber threat in a big way these days, for obvious reasons. So far, in structure, the breach did not get into sensitive student information. So that it was a limited breach. The response from Instructure up to this point, I'm not defending Instructure at all. They've got their own response. This is a statewide, that particular aspect of Canvas is a statewide contract that's brokered through the chancellor's office. And so our control of information back and through that relationship is certainly sort of one removed. This particular contract is for a completely different aspect of services provided by Instructure. And it does have a great deal of utility for the work that we do at our registrar's office across the district. So I would still, even given the concerns, the due diligence that's being performed that appears to be being performed by Instructure. They have obviously a lot at stake here. This is a new escalation of cyber threats with an AI backdrop to it. So this is going to be a constant battle in all of these environments related to any of the online work that we're doing. But I don't see anything with respect to this particular contract at this point that would be of concern to the district. I don't anticipate that these two platforms will be commingled. I suppose that's a possibility, but they're very, very different work processes that are at play in Canvas and Parchment. So I would recommend approval.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. Okay.
So that we can determine the outcome, I will make the motion for approval.
Okay. Motion made by trustee Mantu, seconded by trustee Chancellor to approve 10.1. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So all in favor, well, all in favor with the exception of trustee Pachowski, Maida, for the minutes. 10.2, trustee Chancellor.
Thanks. In consultation, we heard from our student government leaders that there's an interest beyond just this contract with Turnitin. I looked in the background. There's a line here. I think it's the first, second, third sentence. It says Turnitin helps instructors and students in secondary and higher education improve the writing process through originality, checking, grading, and peer review of written work. From what it sounds like, I just hope that staff can work with students because it sounds like there's an interest in some support there, maybe in professional learning, both on the faculty side, but also on, and I know one of the reports through Ventura College about their own in-house AI work. So thank you for that. But I get to see it as an instructor and as a parent of two college students. It's a mess. That's my view of AI showing up in the classroom and what have you. So I'm hopeful, and I'm sure it is, that we're going above and beyond just using Turnitin. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve, but I didn't want to make those comments that that I was listening.
Second.
That's seconded by trustee Lichtel. Okay. The motion made to approve 10.2 by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, 13.1, trustee Pachowski.
Hi, Chair Torres. 13.1, I pulled this for one very simple reason. This has the personnel actions we're being asked to approve this evening include the promotion of a dean, and what's come to light to me in light of what I learned at the CCLC conference a few weeks ago, and in consultation with Mr. Sanchez, I discovered that everyone from associate dean and higher is subject to an employment contract, and said contract must be approved in an open session board meeting, and unfortunately, we do not have that contract. So I would move that we approve all of the personnel actions with the exception of the associate dean listed on page 1. And it's got nothing to do with the individual involved. It simply has to do with the process.
Yes.
If
Vice
I may
Chancellor
add
Navarro.
some clarification, thank you, Chair Torres. So this particular one is under the temporary assignments. She's in an interim assignment, so it's not the full contract that we typically give when a dean is assigned a permanent assignment. So in this particular one, it is an assignment that is interim. We are opening a recruitment, and then if that occurs, then it's a permanent contract.
My
that she gets.
apologies, I missed that. I'll move approval of all of
No
them.
problem.
Second.
And thank you, Ms. Burrows.
Okay, so the second was very close to trustee Mantooth and trustee Lichtel. So we have 13.1, motion made by trustee Pachowski to approve it. And we also have a second by trustee Mantooth. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. We are going to now move to 14.1 board policies. So we have the approval of revisions to board policy 2015 student member. Is there someone who wants to present it?
Well, we did discuss this at the 2000s committee. And as you see on the red line version of this policy, there were some minor alterations as well as some that are more significant related to changes of the language to timeline as to when we adopt and reaffirm rules and regulations implementing this section. And I think that's really, those are the most substantive changes. The travel, the attending conferences and professional development was raised, amount not to exceed from $5,000 to $7,500. Travel requests will be approved by the board chair prior to travel. That was, some of that is new language. Other than that, no other substantive changes. Chelsea, did you want to add something? Second.
Okay, so motion made by trustee Mantooth, seconded by our student trustee. Yes. Okay. Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. So we have item 15.1, which is the approval of resolution 2026-07, ordering a regular governing board member election, consolidation with other elections, and determine of tie vote procedure for November 3rd, 2026. Chancellor.
A resolution in your board packet. This is an annual requirement, or not annual, it's a election year requirement. Happy to answer any questions about this.
Chancellor and Chair Torres, I understand, well understand. Needs to be acted upon, but there is one decision standing that is in the event of time. What method solve that, either runoff election or determining the winner or not. And I would like to move approval of this resolution with the option to have runoff election, because I believe that determining election by lot should not be left to chance. And even if it costs more money to do, that this is the more appropriate way to remedy a tie situation.
I'll second the motion as well as the alterations suggested by Mr. Mantooth.
Okay,
Chair Torres, if I may.
of course, trustee Pachowski.
As someone who came very, very, very close to having a tie in an election, and I will disclose that I actually went, when I went to Sacramento in January 2024, I strongly encouraged Senator Limon, who sits on the Senate Elections Committee, to explore the possibility of having an automatic recount within a certain margin, because I didn't feel that it was fair to accept in victory what I would not have wanted to personally accept in defeat. I don't think, I think the cost of a runoff election would be exorbitantly prohibitive. And my recommendation here on this particular item was going to be that in the event, because I did actually at one point have to look into, I inquired with the registrar's office, what would happen in the event that we finished in a tie, because less than 10 votes separated myself and former trustee Perez. And I was told that, well, I said, is it a coin flip or is it something else? And they told me, no, because the previous board had chosen by lot, it would be we would have to draw straws. And honestly, I was okay with if that was the way it was going to end, that was the way it was going to end. But my recommendation was going to be that if it's done in the event of a tie between two candidates, just make it a coin flip. And if it's a tie between more than two candidates, then draw it by lot. That was going to be my suggestion on this. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of having this year's elections elected in June with a possible runoff in November where they can consolidate that election. So the election would, the total cost of the election would have to be borne by this district, because there would be no other, assuming there would be an election in 30, 60, 90 days. I don't know. Well, couldn't be 30 because they're not done counting for 30. So 60, 90 days, something like that. Our board policies don't necessarily allow, I'd have to double check this, but I don't know that we can extend the term of a member that long while we await the results of a runoff in January, December, January, or February. So it's a little late now to turn around and say we want to hold the election in June, in the June primary, with similar to the Board of Supervisors, 50+1 wins. Otherwise, you move to a runoff. But I don't think forcing the cost of a runoff election is something that this board would want to bear, because it will be prohibitively expensive.
Any other comments? I have a comment. I agree with Trustee Mantooth. I believe that should there be a tie between two of our members or two potential candidates, our district deserves to have a candidate that is elected by the community. And if there's a tie, I don't believe that we need to risk it by law. And I don't know if it's ever happened. Doesn't mean that it can't happen, but I'm not sure if it ever has in our history.
Close.
But I agree with Trustee Mantooth. I wouldn't want to see just by law, just by chance, who's going to be able to sit on this dais when it's so close. And I think for our district, what we believe in our mission, what we stand for, I think if that were to be the case, and rightfully so, then it's important to have somebody in the leadership that was elected by all of our community. So that's my sentiment. So, but is there any other comments? We do have a motion on the floor.
Question, Chair Torres. Chancellor, when does this have to be?
Okay, the 28th of May. So it would be this meeting.
I'd like us to at least know what the potential cost of a runoff election would be before we make that decision, Chair.
Do we have that information? I know we do have a motion on the table made by Trustee Mantooth, seconded by Trustee Lichtel, to approve the resolution and including that this would go with the runoff election if we needed to, should there be a tie vote. But is that information that we have for trustee Mantu?
I would be a little surprised if you had that information at your fingertips. But it would be in the case, very rare case of tie, to have a runoff election, one of our 5 trustee areas I would not use the word prohibitively expensive. It's always expensive, but we're always billed for these elections anyway. So I stand by my motion, and we have a second on the floor, and as soon as we can, I'd like to call for the question.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Motion made by trustee Mantu, seconded by trustee Lichto. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Hey.
Okay, so we have 3 trustees, trustee Lichto, trustee Mantooth, and myself. Maida, voting yes and voting no. Trustee Chancellor and trustee Pachowski. Okay. Trustee Lichto.
I move that we approve 15.2 as submitted.
Okay, we have 15.2, motion made by trustee Lichto. Is there a second? Seconded by student trustee. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor?
We're sorry.
So we're on 15.2, and so that's for the approval of teacher leave reimbursement for trustee Chancellor.
Aye.
Aye.
And so trustee Chancellor abstains, all are in favor. Oh, yes, you're right. Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and so we're gonna take a break. I mean, if you need to take a break, let's take a break. Okay, we are calling this meeting back to order.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichto.
in light of information and potential information that may be coming in, I may be asking that we reconsider 15.1 before the evening's over.
Tab 15.3. Oh, you wanted to reconsider it right now?
Not at
Oh,
this moment. We're trying to gather information, but at some point before the meeting's over, I may ask that we reconsider 15.1 and bring it back up for discussion and a board vote. So I think for now we can move on until that information is available.
Okay. So 15.3. Approval to submit letter of support to California Senate Bill 961, CalFresh student eligibility. Trustee Chancellor.
Good evening. To introduce this item, I'm bringing this item forward to support California Senate Bill 961 regarding CalFresh student eligibility. This bill is intended to reduce barriers for eligible college students to access existing nutrition assistance program. It does not create a new district program or universal benefits, but instead helps streamline eligibility pathways for students who already qualify under federal law. Food insecurity remains a major barrier to student success. And supporting this bill with our mission to support student achievement, equity, and workforce development, I respectfully ask for the board's support in improving the submission of this letter. And in the past, we have done this. I think we did it last month. So staff would be writing a letter. And I did request that on this particular letter, there'd be a line with the chancellor's signature. And if it passes, trustee Torres' signature as well.
Any discussion or any questions from
Trustee Torres?
trustee Mantu?
Just a comment to trustee Chancellor. I know at the last meeting, we differed in our opinions about the nexus between a piece of legislation we were going to show our support for. But I would like to say that I definitely see the connection here. And I would ask that in thanking you for bringing this forward, that you make the motion for approval, and I will heartily second it.
With that, I would love to make a motion for approval of this submission of this letter.
Motion made by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Mantu. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. We move on to human resources. We have 16.1, approval of board resolution 2026-08 to lay off classified employee. Chancellor, I'd like to introduce this to the board.
This is an action to approve the, I can go through the background information. You have this in your packet. If anybody'd like to have further information, either I or Laura Brosso can help you with that.
So if there are there any questions for Vice Chancellor Barroso?
Aye. Is this the time to ask questions? I see a connection here between this item and item 13.2, if I'm not mistaken. And sometimes in cases like this, the position becomes reclassified, and the individual that's serving that position, say an executive director, might be reclassified for the additional higher level of duties. I assume there's a good rationale for that, but my question is, can the current individual that we are contemplating laying off apply for the new position that we've approved?
Yes, but this does not have a relationship with 13.2. Yeah. But yes, to your other question.
Trustee Torres,
Trustee Lichto,
I move that we approve 16.1 as submitted.
is there a second?
Second.
So we have motion made by trustee Lichto to approve 16.1 as submitted, seconded by student trustee. Any further discussion? Okay, student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. 16.2, approval of the employment contract for president of Ventura College. Chancellor McLennan?
Yes, I will go ahead and read the board item on this particular action. By way of background, the role of president of the Ventura County Community College, the role of president at the Ventura County Community College District is pivotal in shaping institutional vision, fostering academic excellence, and strengthening community engagement. In alignment with these priorities, the district undertook a deliberate and inclusive process to identify and confirm leadership for Ventura College. The recruitment and selection process was conducted in accordance with Administrative Procedure 7120B. As part of this process, on November 18th, 2025, open forums were held to solicit input from campus stakeholders for the development of a draft presidential profile with broad encouragement for participation across the college community. On November 28th, 2025, the presidential search announcement was distributed to employees, initiating the formal recruitment phase. Ongoing recruitment activities were conducted between November 28, 2025 and April 2026 to support a robust and competitive application pool. In 2026, final candidates were interviewed and a selection was made. As a result of this process, I heartily recommend approval of a 2-year employment contract for Dr. Luca E. Lewis to serve as president of Ventura College. Dr. Lewis has served as interim president of Ventura College since September 2025, during which time he has provided steady and thoughtful leadership. Under his leadership, the college has continued to advance key priorities, including student success, student-centered support, community partnerships, and workforce-aligned programming. Dr. Lewis brings more than 20 years of progressive leadership experience in higher education with a background in student services, enrollment management, and district-level administration. Prior to his interim presidency at Ventura College, he served as vice president of student affairs at Ventura College, where he led strategic enrollment and retention efforts and strengthened student support systems. He also previously served in a district leadership role at West Hills Community College District and held senior student services roles at institutions in Washington State. During his time as interim president, Dr. Lewis has provided steady leadership while guiding the college through a period of transition that has required careful assessment of institutional practices and priorities. This has included addressing areas related to accountability. Included addressing areas related to accountability, longstanding practices, and prior agreements that required reevaluation to better align with the college's long-term interests. In doing so, Dr. Lewis is taking a thoughtful and measured approach to decision-making and has engaged with campus stakeholders to enhance communication, collaboration, and trust across the college community. Dr. Lewis demonstrates the values and qualities essential for navigating the complex landscape of higher education. He continues to focus on improving campus climate and culture with intentional efforts to foster transparency, participatory or shared governance, and a more cohesive institutional environment, positioning the college for continued progress and stability. Fiscal impact of this decision: the annual salary will be $286,273, the doctoral stipend of $6,576, and benefits totaling $89,275 for a total cost of $382,124 included in the general fund budget.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. Okay. So trustees, we do have the approval of employment contract for our president of Ventura College. Any comments, questions for our chancellor that you may have?
I'll make a motion, and then open it up for conversation.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion made by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Mantooth to approve the employment contract for president of Ventura College. Discussion. Is there any discussion?
Sure. I have the pleasure of living, I don't know, half mile, maybe less from Ventura College. I have two my own children that go to Ventura College. A lot of my students are entering into Ventura College. And one of the things I've noticed about leadership when it comes to being a president of college is how things look and how things feel. And I just want to say this without comparison, but the campus looks great. You go to events. I attended the Dreamers celebration. Not only was it well attended, it looked beautiful, but to me, more importantly, just as important is how things feel. And I have, for the past 7 years as being a trustee, things feel and look wonderful at Ventura College, and that's not accidental. So you're as mentioned in the background, your leadership has proven to be steadfast, thoughtful, and significant. And I wish you the best of luck, and I'm very excited to support your presidency. So thank you.
Any further discussion, comment? Trustee Pachowski?
Chair Torres, thank you. When I first heard that Dr. Lewis was the selection, I sent Dr. Lewis an email of congratulations. But unfortunately, after hearing the feedback that we heard tonight, I just don't think I can support this contract because the process was flawed. Looking at the opportunity for community input, it wasn't there. The finalist forums were held between the hours of 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. when the general public is typically working. And I just don't think that the process, as it stood, allowed for input from the general public. And it says it right there in our name that we are a community college district. And I think having a process which, at least on the surface, appears to exclude members of the general public by holding them during working hours is not the kind of process that we should be supporting. One of the speakers that we heard from tonight was Laura Espinosa. Laura stood up and she supported Dr. Lewis. But even despite that, she still had concerns about the process. And I've got to admit, hearing her say that really turned around and pulled me to this point, because we heard from numerous people, including Ms. Espinosa, say that the process was flawed. And anyone can disagree and say that no, the process wasn't flawed, but when I sit here thinking about the process, I know it was flawed because there wasn't sufficient opportunity for input from the community. Looking at the numbers of the forum submissions that came in, because when you went to the forums, you got a sheet of paper. On one side, you had the bio for the candidate whose forum it was that day. And on the flip side, you had a questionnaire to provide feedback. And for the aggregate of the three candidates, there were 9 selections that indicated that they were community members. And I can tell you that 2 of the 9 were me. So we only really had 7 other forms turned in from community members. And I just think that the process was fatally flawed by not having forum sessions outside of regular business hours where the general public could have an opportunity to have input into the process. And so as much as I wanted to vote yes tonight, I'm going to have to vote no.
Thank you, Trustee Pachowski. Chancellor McLennan.
Any other board members have comments? Okay, well, I appreciate your perspective, and that I'm saying this, there's some, I guess, connection. The number of comments we had tonight in an evening meeting was we had 3 public comments, which was, certainly meaningful, and it's certainly a perspective. I think if you take a step back and look at the goals of the process, and as I said in the introduction to this item, we followed our procedure in terms of the way the committee was selected, the process in terms of how it was chaired. The open forums are by design one part of a more complex process of other sources of input, including the committee work that was done to tee up in this case, the 3 candidates, the interview with the executive team from the district, including our 2 other college presidents, interview with me, the campus forum certainly being a piece of that, the background materials and assessment of their experience. When you have an internal candidate, you do have the added lens of the experience you have with that internal candidate as well. All that to say that the forums are certainly an important piece of the input that comes into the decision-making about a decision of this magnitude for this level of position. But I also think it's important to understand the purpose of that feedback. One of the comments I read tonight referenced the invitation for community input, and it said it's something to the effect of the forum is for faculty, staff, students, and the public to provide input into this process. This forum is by design designed to respect our internal constituents and certainly the public as well, but primarily the people that are most impacted and affected by the decision and the working relationship with the college president and administering the work of the institution. Primarily, I would put at the center of that the students who by and large are, in our case, attending during the daytime hours. We did not vary from past practice with this. This concern has come up mildly before. There was a reference to spring break, that it was the forums were held during spring breaks. We were deliberate in intentionally scheduling these outside of our district's spring break so that our constituents inside the organization, faculty, staff, and students would have an opportunity, if they desired, to see these and hear what these candidates had to say and to provide input into that process. And we invited the public to be a part of that process. Certainly, so I would really respectfully push back on the characterization that this was a fatal flaw in the design process. It was by design. You could maybe put concentric circles around the input, but we certainly want to make sure we capture, again, through our participatory governance process, the input from the campus constituents who'd be working with this particular president. Not intended to exclude the public. In fact, the public was overtly welcomed to be a part of the process. We understand that there's never going to be a schedule that's going to work for every single person in our community, but the process that we put through was intended to get that representative input.
Any other comments from another trustee?
Go ahead. Okay. Well, I just wanted to address something that the chancellor said. The chancellor said that the most important participant in this process would be the students. Well, looking at this, and looking at the grid I was sent today by Ms. Russell, we had 4 students participate in the process and 5 student workers. So if we tally that up, that totals out to 9 students. Out of what is it? What's the enrollment at Ventura College?
Well, I think you have to look at the whole participation in the forums generally. I don't want to say I don't recall what the total number is.
Total
But
was just under 150.
Okay, 150. We don't control who shows up and where the interest is going to be for these. In fact, we'd love to have the auditorium packed every time so that we get as much feedback as possible. The reality is that many people make a decision not to participate in this process for a variety of reasons. So, but the enrollment patterns that we have would tell you that the majority of our students are there during the times these forums were being offered. And so they had access to them.
Okay, Trustee Lichto?
So I think Trustee Pachowski's point is well taken. And I've heard other board members in the past talk about the importance of including the community in these kinds of decisions. I think I've heard you say that on several occasions, Chair Torres. I couldn't attend for a couple of reasons. I think I was either working or it might have been my spring break. So I was in Washington, D.C. with 87 eighth graders, something I've done for 20 years. It's the last time I'm doing it, by the way. I'm over it at this point. So I couldn't make it on that day. But and I've expressed concerns about our hiring process for our presidents in the past. And I've made that real clear that I have concerns with that process and what that looks like. The problem that I have here is twofold. We did have speakers come out and were I think, pretty articulate in saying, listen, I would have liked to have had an opportunity to speak or to hear or to be part of the decision-making process, but I couldn't because I was working. So that's one issue. The other issue, I think, is that this has been our practice, and I think it's been flawed. I think it's needed some revamping. So as a board, I think that's something that we can work with the chancellor on, is how we fashion this in going into the future. And I also see this as, to some degree, operational from the chancellor's standpoint. So I'm kind of at a loss here on which way to vote on this, and I certainly would like to hear from other board members.
I can share. So I am one definitely that I'm very much about community and everything that we do in our work. Having our student, our faculty are classified, and also having the community outside, because that's an important part of who we are. And being part of a process is certainly what we had when we hire our chancellor, because that's a decision that we can make as a board. We hire the chancellor, so we decide how forums are going to look, who's going to be involved, who do we go and recruit. I was able to attend, and my schedule allowed me to be able to attend the forum. I did the 2 p.m. ones, and so I saw the different candidates, and so I wanted to go as a board member and welcome them and just thank everybody who participated and consider our district. And so this decision is very much of our chancellor, and that's one of the things we do, and we have that as our policy. Our chancellor decides who he's going to bring into his team of presidents. And we happen to know Dr. Lewis. So there is that little bit of bias, if you will, because we get to see already the work that you've been doing throughout the district and comments from people with the work you've been doing. And so I know for me is one of what does our district need, which is in our leadership team within our 3 colleges. It is a decision that as the board, we support our chancellor and who he brings in his leadership team to be able to lead the mission and the work that we have as a community college district. We have our North Star, and I always remember that. What is our North Star? And who we have entrusted and delegated authority, because we have it listed in our policies, is to the chancellor to be able to determine who he's going to bring on board to be able to fulfill the mission that we have. Especially just approving our strategic plan. So I know for myself, I am supporting the decision that our chancellor has brought forward to the board. I'm hopeful that we will have forums that we use the word inclusive, and that are inclusive of our outside community. And so perhaps there is an opportunity to have an evening forum for whoever wants to attend from people with working hours. And I know that's asking our candidates for future positions to, make their days longer, but I'm sure they would love that opportunity also to get to know the outside community. So hopefully that's something that can be for consideration from our chancellor, but that is very much a chancellor decision because it is operational in terms of the hiring of the presidents, and we can only give input and feedback to the chancellor, and the chancellor determines whether he'll use that feedback if he finds it reasonable. So I am very much, process was followed. Dr. Lewis has been very involved. His reports are very thorough. It's a 17-page report, really going into the work of equity, what we're looking in terms of diversity, doing the work. It's hard work, being able to take it at a time when you had to step up and you had to go. And it's hard, and you were able to do it, and you're still there, and very happy to have you. And so you have a chancellor who also believes in you. He had an opportunity with like all the other candidates to get to know the candidates, and he is who we entrust to be able to bring in the leadership that's going to help us fulfill that mission. So I feel very confident in being able to support this contract, support the decision that our chancellor has made in bringing us forward this contract. And so I am going to be supportive of this contract. Trustee Chancellor.
After hearing from some comments, both sides of the issue, couple things. I don't think it's fair to hold the candidate responsible for the perceived concept of a flawed procedure or flawed process. The hiring and the recruitment and the process to hire on board or hire a president falls with the chancellor. And I did find some areas, I think, of growth within the process after observing it. And I've expressed those to the chancellor, and I'm also eager to address this within, board policy 2430 and AP 7120, which is recruitment and hiring college president. And even board policy 7120. So that's where I'm going to direct my maybe frustrations or suggestions within the process. I also think it's important to note, where were these concerns or vice president forums held during the day? Police chief forums held during the day? Because I don't remember those coming out. This is the first time I've heard, and I understand the position of a president is, the face of the college within the community. So I get that. But this is the first time I'm sort of hearing, well, it's because of the hours of forums. So that's my take on this. I don't think any process to hire college president is perfect. And I think it's important that we continue the dialogue with our chancellor of any suggestions and pull these policies and look at them and do the work that we've been entrusted to do through the world of policy language.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think the issue is it wasn't brought up before. The issue was that in particular with this position, we've had some challenges, right? And so it puts it more on that radar. And so I think, you talked about growth. I think this is an opportunity for us to really look at these practices and see, are our practices what we would expect as trustees and based on what our community would expect? And so, again, we've not had speakers come before and speak to the process and express concern with the fact that they had no opportunity for input. At the same time, I do see hiring of a president as an operational issue. And so I'm prepared to support the candidacy of Dr. Lewis. But at the same time, I'd like to see a commitment from the board to analyze and review and potentially offer a different system for our hiring practices in these areas.
Okay. Student trustee, is there any other comments? If you wanted to share anything. Okay. So we have item 16.2, the approval of the employment contract for president of Ventura College. Motion made by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Mantu. Student trustee, how do you vote?
I'm gonna abstain my vote for today.
Okay. Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So Maida, trustee Pachowski voted no, student trustee abstain. And the other 4 trustees voted yes. So motion passes and congratulations, Dr. Lewis.
Would you like to make some comments, Dr.?
Comments because you're sitting there.
Board of Trustees, Chancellor McClendon, thank you so much for your support. I'm honored to be officially confirmed this evening as president of Ventura College. I'm excited and deeply grateful for the opportunity to work alongside VC faculty, classified professionals, college and district leaders, students, and communities and organizations throughout the region as we strengthen and advance our work shared in advancing our work for students, for the betterment of them and the communities that we serve. I also want to extend a special thank you to my colleagues across Ventura College and across the district and throughout the state of California for their collaboration and support, as well as to my friends and family in the United States and in Brazil for their love and encouragement throughout my journey. I'm also grateful for to my colleagues in the US and Canada, whose guidance and mentorship and partnerships have shaped my path. Thank you. Finally, and most importantly, I want to thank my wife, Eliza, for her, for her unwavering love, support, patience, and for always helping me stay grounded and centered. Eliza, obrigado pelo seu amor e apoio. Eu sou muito grato por você. Te amo mesmo. Thank you.
We are very happy and excited to have you joined our Ventura County Community College District Leadership Team. Thank you for your dedication, your love, your commitment to justice, which is an act of love, and it's labor of love. And it's what you do best with our students, your staff. Thank you for also accepting to join us. And so we'd like to be able to shake your hand and just say, and maybe there's a picture. Are we still doing pictures? I know it's towards the end of the night, but we'd like to also take a picture with you. Okay, we have institutional effectiveness. We have the approval of our colleges, two of our colleges curriculum.
I'll make a motion to approve 17.1, 17.2. Those two together? That's okay.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve 17.1 and 17.2 by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Pachowski. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes for 17.1, 17.2.
Chair Torres,
Yes,
I was hoping if I can make the motion
absolutely.
to approve 17.3 and 17.4 and 17.5.
Second.
Yes.
I think we're going to have a minor modification to item 17.3. So I would say if you want to consider 17.4 and 5 together, that'd be fine. We have to do some oral reporting on 17.3. Take that item separately.
Okay.
Okay. Second.
Okay, so we have student trustee making a motion to approve 17.4, 17.5, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 17.4 and 17.5 motions pass. And 17.3.
All right, and 17.3,
Can I make the motion to approve 17.3?
Yes,
As amended by the chancellor.
we were gonna hear his
Oh,
amendment
my apologies. Proceed,
or
Chancellor.
or the oral report for 17.3.
well, if you want to make a motion, then we can go ahead.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
It's, I think, procedurally appropriate to have the motion before this.
So, I don't know about that, Joey. Should we have the information and then the motion? And then the motion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I would,
Okay.
that's what I would imagine.
So
because
for
we
this
don't-
motion, then, or for this item, I'm going to turn over to President Sokonu to, clear things up.
Yes.
That withdrawn.
Okay, so we are adding to the list that you currently have, the list of students in our biomanufacturing bachelor's degree. And so I'm going to read you the names of the students and the cities from which they come. Sam Andrews, Thousand Oaks, Haley Atkinson, Simi Valley, Belgian, West Hills, Vanessa Hinojosa, Moore Park, Michaela Horner, Moore Park, Jennifer Lemus, Westlake Village, Catherine Linares Vega, Thousand Oaks, Derek Millman, Santa Rosa Valley, James Riley, Amarillo, and Kira Ferguson, Thousand Oaks.
And it's kind of fitting in a way that we're having this process expand a little bit tonight, given that this is the first graduating cohort of our baccalaureate program at Moore Park College.
So now we will hear a motion now that we have the names added.
All right, I will make the motion to approve 17.3 as amended.
Okay,
Second.
okay, so we have a motion made to approve 17.3 as amended with the names shared by President Sukanus and seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And congratulations to all of our students that are going to be graduating next week. We're really excited. Thank you to all of you because they're able to graduate because of all of the work that you do, teaching them, helping them with the services, everything that they need, technology. So this is also a celebration to each and every single one of you. Their success is your success is what you've been doing. So it's definitely a time to celebrate with them and also celebrate each other for everything that you do. So thank you and congratulations to you for this graduation of our students. Chancellor's report, 18.1.
Thank you. I'll make this brief. And I know we've talked a lot tonight about the Leadership Collaborative and but I do want to express my appreciation to the board for supporting the goal of district-wide leadership over the last several years, and you're seeing some results of that work now. And I just want to kind of put the volume on this just a little bit with this group. These 20 plus people who went through this program, as we watched them on day one move all the way through the last Friday, it was, you could feel and hear and see the change in demeanor and posture and attitude and what's possible about their own role within this district in providing leadership. And that's happening all over the place. And so I want to thank the board for supporting that as a board goal for me personally. We're starting to see, I think, the fruits of that work, not just with the Leadership Collaborative, but with many other places and people throughout the district, not the least of which is our own Dr. Sokonu, who once, I knew that. So this Friday, I'm going to an event to the Conejo Valley Chamber where Dr. Sokonu will be honored as the Man of the Year. I didn't see that in your board report, so we want to make sure that you get acknowledged for that. And there have been several recognitions over the last several months for many people in this room, including our own Dr. Vera, who will receive another doctorate in a couple of weeks from Channel Islands. So congratulations, Dr. Sokonu. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Student trustee report.
I'll also keep mine brief. I just wanted to say for my last report that I just want to say really it is honestly crazy that I was a student trustee for a whole year. I remember 3 years ago when I first decided to come back to community college because I had taken a break for a year and a half. I was very hesitant on joining and seeing if I'll be able to keep up with enough coursework. I was taking 2 classes per semester, and now to end it off this semester after like 3 years later, I'm able to take 6 courses and pass with all A's. I'm just really glad. I'm really glad that Moore College kind of gave me the opportunity to come back and allowing me to, make mistakes and get stronger. And I just genuinely believe everything happens for a reason. Each time I joined a new class, I met someone, and eventually I joined mock trial. And mock trial, someone introduced me, the ASMC office, they introduced me to student trustee rule, and I took advantage of it. And I'm just really glad that I got this opportunity because it is so awesome to be able to speak, just talk. I like talking. But I don't know. I'm very grateful for all the opportunities I've have given. I made a lot of friends through student trustees across California, and being even the student trustee caucus for this year, which I think I was one of the only students from the Ventura district to become the chair caucus. But anyways, I just want to say thank you, and I wish you guys nothing but the best. I'm probably going to commit to Santa Barbara unless I hear back. Fantasy. And yeah, thank you so much. And that truly concludes the end of my report. Thank you.
Trustee Litto.
Yeah, Trustee Torres, I think I'll begin with a motion to reconsider agenda item 15.1 based on information that we gleaned after our vote. One piece being Trustee Chancellor mentioning that a election to break a tie could be as costly as $2 million. I think he found that on the board, on the did you do a Google or a Chat GPT on that online search? Online search. We all know that it would be expensive. I mean, my thought was in a couple $100,000 maybe, but in any event, I think that's more than enough. And then I did have a conversation with our attorney, Mr. Sanchez, about some possible considerations, including in the event of a tie, if by board policy we could force a recount, but he does have some information on that, how that would work.
One six gives two options: the option for the runoff election, or to decide by chance or by lot. And it doesn't say anything about whether a recount or not. But the election code does always provide for any voter. Now this is the interesting thing. It says any voter may request a recount pursuant to 15.620 of the election code. Now, there doesn't have to be any amount of close, but the person who calls for the recount actually has to pay for the cost of the recount, which would be less than the cost of another election. But obviously that is something. And so we did look into, and I know that the Vice Chancellor has some information too on that, but it wouldn't be the cost of the entire, because we're only going to be it would only be one area. So go ahead.
So I do want to preface it with the best way is obviously to go to the Ventura County Elections Division and get an estimate. However, the California Secretary of State does put out a report every year of what a special election would cost by county. So the 2025 report does show that a special election for the county of Ventura is right around $5 million. So you would parse that out by trustee area. I'm not sure because it considers things such as ballot printing, staffing of election spaces, equipment, the legal cost, all of those things. So it depends on the number of voters, registered voters in that area. But for an entire county to have a special Olympic election, it's about $5 million.
There's some economy there that we wouldn't be able to accomplish, that would be accomplished when you do it as a whole county. So if you divide it by 5, add in an extra 20%. So you're probably looking at about 1.2 million to do a special election in one of our one of our trustee areas. So that's, without going to the registrar's office, I think that's a pretty fair estimate of a special election than it costs. And I do know that the cost of a recall does run of a recount rather did run approximately, I think it was $65,000 or so. And as evidenced by the what was quoted in District 4 in 2024.
So do we have a motion to reconsider the decision on item 51? Is that what we had a motion and then a seconded? Is that what we have on the table
Trustee
just
Lickett
now?
made the motion and I made the second.
Okay,
The only thing I would ask is that this isn't your board policy. This is the resolution that actually goes to the registrar of voters. And so what I would recommend is you can make the motion to change what you're electing. There isn't these are kind of set resolutions. You can always go back and change your policy about elections to include that if there is a tie, that you could request a recall vote.
Recount.
A recount, yeah, a recount. So that because it really isn't, they're just trying to figure out what it is that you're gonna do. There's nothing that would prevent this board from exercising a right to get a recount, but I think the proper place to do that would be in a board policy opposed to this resolution, which can be part of the motion.
With the exception of the fact that if state law requires that a voter request
See,
any
that's
voter.
the part that I feel like I need to research a little more.
Yeah.
It does say voter. And so that said, you know, at any stage, anybody can request a recount and
But
so
that
I
individual
would
has
just
to
need
pay
to,
for it.
I would feel more comfortable looking into that scenario. So if there is an interest in changing the vote, we can always amend a policy after we figure out the way that a board could actually request a recount, because it does say vote.
Right, and I think that would be the most prudent thing to do, and I think that would be what I would like to see happen, is if there was a tie in any of these elections, then the district would conduct or pay for the recount. I think that's appropriate, as opposed to having to pay for a whole new election, if that's permissible and
district
it's
can
within
do that.
statute.
Right.
trustee Mantu.
Often, my wife, has to correct me when I tell her I think the cost of a new refrigerator might be about $200. So to be apprised of a price tag of that magnitude, even though philosophically I stand by my statement I made about fairness and what's the right way to go about it, that I also, and if I was a betting person, I don't think we're going to have to deal with this eventuality. But if we did, to have to set aside 7 figures that could go to serving students, I will support your amendment. But I also would support an effort to try to get this clarified, not just in our policy, but legislatively, as Trustee Pachowski alluded to.
I will stand by my vote. And I say that because you give it by chance and the trustee that sits in this dais, perhaps it won't be money, but it could cost a lot of morale. It can cost a lot of stress. It can cost a lot of anxiety to our district. And so to me, when it's by lot and should there be a tie, our entire district during that time, depending on who those 2 candidates are, we'll definitely be looking in to see who's going to be the next person sitting at the dais. And so for myself, when you have a runoff election, those 2 candidates have an opportunity to, again, go back to the public, go do their campaigning, and let the best candidate win and come over to sit here at the dais. So I also do not anticipate that our district would ever have to go into that situation because we never had. But should we, who sits in these seats, make a difference to our district, to our students, to our entire community? So should that be the case, I don't want to take it by lot. And so for myself, there should be a runoff, and may the best candidate who goes out there be the one who sits here at the dais. So I will stand by my decision. But I know that we have a motion here on the dais, and that motion is to amend, consider,
Well,
Reconsider.
you've done the motion to reconsider.
to reconsider.
So now we need to vote on just that we're gonna go and vote again. So there's gonna be two votes. First, we're voting that you're gonna
Reconsider them.
reconsider, and then
coming
the
back
next
to a
one,
vote.
that there will be a motion on whatever it is to change where we're gonna check the box. Yeah. So we've got a motion and a second on the motion to reconsider, so we need to call the vote on to reconsider this.
So I have a motion made by trustee Lichto, seconded by trustee Pachowski to reconsider. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Okay, trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So I'm the only one that opposes, so all of the trustees are in favor.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichto,
I move that we approve item 15.1 related to board elections at the county level with the stipulation that we select that ties be broken by a coin flip or lot, whatever the right terminology is.
It's lot, right?
Yeah,
By
just
law?
the resolution by law.
By lot.
Okay, so we have a motion 15.1 to approve the motion as stated with, should there be a tie, to be able to break the tie by lot. And we have that motion made by trustee Lichto. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Pachowski. Student trustees want to still abstain or you want to vote?
I'm abstaining.
Okay. Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I oppose, so, I am a nay, Maida, and with the four trustees approving.
And then, Chair Torres, I'll finish up my comments on my trustee report
course.
this evening with, we heard a lot of great things happening in the district this evening. I thought we had a very energized meeting. Obviously, the hiring of a new president is really important. The CCBC, I want to commend all of those that participated, those that established the program, put that in place. Recognitions of our student leaders that I thought was very appropriate this evening. And, it just occurs to me that everything that happened this evening really does at the end of the day go through the office of the chancellor from the standpoint of visioning and making those things happening, empowering people to do those. So I just want to express my thanks to Chancellor McLennan for his work in this district. Thank you. I worked on it all day. I just want to thank the Chancellor for the work, not only what we heard today, but the ongoing work that happens every single day in leading 30,000+ students, 1,000 or so staff members, huge budget, big operation, a lot of things going on, and just really express my support for him. Oh, and last thing, I'm wondering if there's any update on the new sound system for the meeting room.
Trustee Pachowski.
On the sound system, is there something you were gonna?
Dan Watkins is not in the room, but we will have an update. Probably not.
I will keep my report quick. I had the good fortune last Thursday of attending the Oxnard College Founders Dinner. What an amazing event. And to my fellow trustees, you missed a heck of a meal. It was prepared by our Oxnard College culinary students, and they did just an absolutely fantastic job. And I actually got to meet one of our predecessors who had previously served on the board, and so it was just a fabulous event. That was only surpassed by last night when I had the opportunity to attend the graduation for the students at the Animal Care and Training Program at Moore Park College. This was the second year I got to go to that, and I'm glad I didn't miss it either time. That said, I am very much looking forward to getting to all three commencements this year. Our trustee conference was not this past weekend, but the weekend before, and so I didn't come back from that with COVID this year. Um, and I want to congratulate all of our graduates. I look forward to seeing you all at commencement and the various graduation related ceremonies over the next week or so. And finally, to our student trustee, Amir. I'm going to miss having you sit next to me because you'd always lean over and ask me questions. But just remember this: UC Berkeley is infinitesimally better than USC, but UCLA is still the #1 public university in the nation. Thank you. Have a good night.
That's objective.
Trustee Mantu.
Share three things under the banner of milestones and celebration. And tagging on to Trustee Pachowski's remarks about the OC Oxnard College Founders Dinner. It was truly amazing to actually see and hear from living history and the people that helped make that happen at a time when nothing had yet come out of the ground 50 years ago. Very, very poignant, very impressive. And I would love to have those culinary students do a dinner party at my house, I'll tell you that. Secondly, the East Campus Division Centennial Celebration, 100 years, also gave me a deep appreciation for the culture and the history of those communities that we serve and that we can continue to serve better. And there was a public comment made tonight about the need for an advocate for the Santa Clara Valley. There's a heck of a lot of advocacy for the Santa Clara Valley. We'll just keep it up. And then finally, having looked into the past 50 and 100 years, I'm always excited every year when it's graduation season, because that's when we send people off into the future, and having done such a good job in nurturing them while they were under our stewardship here. So all good stuff, and all very important things to remind us of our human community. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Chancellor.
I just want to share one thing, and I think it piggybacks on the chancellor's work with bringing the three colleges together, creating sort of like a districtness, I think is the term. Okay. And the event was Gathered in Song. It was at the Mission in Ventura, and it was concert and chamber choirs from Ventura, Moore Park, and Oxnard College. So you want to talk about three colleges working together, three different colleges, not just working together, but singing together and performing together was pretty remarkable. So I was very fortunate to bring my kids to that event, and it was really special. So thank you.
Chair Torres, can I just add two really quick things? One thing I want to say thank you so much from all three schools, because I have taken classes from all three schools, to the professors. They really do an outstanding job helping students and really caring for them and allowing them to really learn the subject that they're teaching. And then also to Access, I'm an Access student, and I want to say thank you to those and counselors in general, but Access counselors in general, I know they deal with a lot and they don't get the recognition they deserve. And I just want to say thank you so much to all counselors. And then lastly, I am excited to be giving the land acknowledgement to former Park College during graduation. Yeah. All right. Bye.
I had the opportunity to attend the CCLC conference last weekend, and one of the workshops I attended to talked about who we are as community college and how do we work in partnership with the little. So starting since TK, all the way into people being already in the workforce, and how do we join efforts? And so it was a really good workshop, really good conversation with the other trustees and also other faculty that were there present. And they did some of the work we're doing. And so what I really hope is that one day we can present at those trustee conferences because there's so much that we do. And as I was sitting there, I was thinking, we already do this, and we should be here presenting. And so I just want to end with thank you to everyone for everything that you do. Next week is a week of celebration. I'm so looking forward to being at the graduations. I will be there at 2. I will be at Moore Park, and at Oxnard. I won't be able to be there at Venturas, but I will be there celebrating and watching. But with that, thank you, trustees, for your input. Great meeting. To everyone, thank you for still being here. Have a wonderful good night. Enjoy your family. Enjoy this time. And congratulations again, Dr. Lewis, for joining us officially on the VCCD team. Good night, everybody.
Hold,
Thank
hold
you.
on. I think we have one more agenda item.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry.
Thank you, Trustee Licto.
Sorry to be the one.
Any requests for future items?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Chair Torres. June is Caribbean American Heritage Month, and I submitted a sample resolution to commemorate that very important celebration. My family comes from the Caribbean. We're Cuban heritage. And so I've not heard back yet if the resolution has been updated or whether I need to do some updating to it. But I certainly hope that it's on the agenda in June as we celebrate so many other things in June. I think it would be appropriate to commemorate those that come from the Caribbean nations.
And thank you, Trustee Licto, for presenting that resolution with plenty of time to be able to have a chance to look at it. Thank you for introducing it to the board a month ahead of in advance. So any other future agenda items from any of the trustees?
Just for the community projects to receive federal funding, an update on that. And I think Chancellor mentioned that, brief update would be coming, but I look forward to hearing it the next board meeting.
So hearing no more other requests for future items.
I'll renew the request that I think we need to at least have a presentation from potential firms to advocate for us on behalf of those community projects that Trustee Chancellor was just talking about.
Trustee Amir, it's been such a pleasure having you with us for this past year. We're going to miss you, but we wish you all the best at whatever university you choose to go. You're going to continue your advocacy and doing that amazing work that you do. And so thank you for joining us and congratulations in everything you're about to do. It'll be very exciting, different chapter in your life. Good night, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.